Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Yisrael. Shabbat
Shabbat
Shalom.
Shalom.
Welcome to another day, another Shabbat, another way to honor the King. Excuse me, with your family here in Beulah Land at Temple Keith Irene. We've been doing this a long time, many years in the making. And I see some people here that has been around for a long time with us. I think the youngest might be Brother Dawid, Obadiah ben Yisrael. And then the next youngest might be Sister Aisha. And then the next youngest is Sister Higdalia. Now, Sister Higdalia go back over 20 years. She been around for a long time, Sister Higdalia. Sister Higdalia. But I tell you this, I say Shabbat Shalom to you all and welcome. And I also know that there's a lot of people in the background that's not making themselves known at this time. That's been around for some time. But I want you all to know that I am grateful and I am thankful to have made your acquaintance, to be in association and relations with you, enough that you would trust me enough to come in on a Shabbat to hear what the lesson is. Whether you participate openly or not, you're here. So may the Most High be praised for that. So today we have a very interesting lesson. I mean, it's going to pick up from where we left off from last week. But our discussion is based on our disobedience is because we hate the Father. Old man taught me a long time ago. He said, you only believe the things that you do. You only believe the things that you do. So therefore, when you read the Torah, and the Torah teaches you things, the only thing about the Torah that you really believe are the things that you actually do when you learn to obey the Creator by learning His law. So if you read where it says, thou shalt not commit adultery, and you're out doing and committing adultery, and this is something that you do, then it's because you don't believe that. You don't accept that into your spirit and into your essence to be a violation against the Creator. If it says that you should not eat pork, and you're out eating pork, and this is something that you do, then you don't accept that about the Torah, where it says that you should not eat the swine, anything of the swine. So therefore, you only believe that what you do when it comes to this life. If you're not doing it, it's because you're not convicted in your spirit to do it. Because in your spirit, you feel there's nothing wrong with you doing what you do. But here we are, our disobedience because we hate the Creator. We hate the Father. And a lot of us, deep down, don't even know, and it needs to be revealed to us that we hate the Creator. Today is going to be a very interesting lesson. I'm going to bring out some information that I didn't reasonably know about the Creator, about this story that we're about to read about. It's funny how you can read something 50 times. And on that 51st time, every time you read, you learn something different about something that you read over and over and over. And this might be the 51st time of reading the book of Ezra. And every time I read it, it's like I'm reading it for the first time. Even when I put it down and come back to a couple hours later, I see new things and different things. And I'm going to share some of those things with the family today. So family, this is what we got to do. We got to share. Everybody should be hitting the share button like right now, sharing to your social media, any outlet you have. And if you got friends on messengers you think that can enjoy the lessons, share it there. Like, subscribe, and ring the bell. Share, like, and subscribe, and ring the bell. And with those things, we'll be fine. You've done your part for the most part. The second part that you would have to do is sit here, listen, and participate in the conversations because we're going to talk about some stuff. So before we get started, family, what we have to discuss, the first thing we need to discuss will be thanking the Creator for the things that He has done for us in our lives, things that we are pleased, things that brought us observation and understanding through obedience to Him. Whatever it is that you would like to thank the Most High for, now would be the opportunity for you to do so. And Dawid, Shabbat Shalom. I don't think I said Shabbat Shalom to you. May the Most High be with you as well. So who would like to be first to thank the Most High for anything special? Who would like to be first? And you all don't have to rush. You can take your time and just say, I'll go. You ain't got to all rush. I see y'all rushing to the door. For those in the listening audience, you can type it in the room, give your acknowledgments to the Creator in the room, or if you want to come on screen, I'll post it so that you can have the opportunity to speak. If you like to speak on the screen and give your acknowledgments that way, may the Most High be praised. And if you decide to come on the screen, you don't necessarily have to show your face if you don't want to. You can if you choose, but you don't have to. You can always just hit the button. You can always hit the button to allow your face to be closed and your voice to be heard. So it's whatever you decide. May the Most High be praised. So let's go, family. Let's talk about what you're thankful for to the Creator.
I can go.
Sure. Toda.
Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam, all praises, all glory, all honor unto the Creator, thanking Him for allowing us to make it through another week to another holy Shabbat day, His set-apart day, the day that He commanded for us to keep, to hold a holy convocation with one another, and rest from all the things, work in particular, and other things that we do on a day-to-day basis that takes us away from His presence. So thankful to the Creator for this day. I am so thankful to the Creator. Just for this past week, a lot has happened, but I'm thankful first and foremost for my Horim. May their legacies continue to live on in this earth through myself, my siblings, our children, and generations to come, and all those that they touched physically and spiritually in this earth. I'm also thankful to the Creator for my Ish, for his guidance, his presence, the lessons and the blessings that come with being married to him. Most High, continue to give us grace and build on this family, this union, this community that we have decided to do together as a union and as one. So I'm just grateful for that. I'm grateful for like-mindedness in the midst of so much separation and turmoil within Israel. I'm grateful for the like-mindedness of others, even though it may seem I guess, far-fetched and depressing at times, because you see so many that are not like-minded. So it can sway you at times, but I'm thankful to the Creator that He aligns those that need to be together in a righteous manner. So Toda to the Most High for that. I'm thankful to the Creator for my family, my children, my siblings, my sister wife, all of my close sisters that truly are my sisters. I'm grateful to the Creator for that, because you don't have to be blood, to be family. And when you're chosen as family, that's, to me, just as important as sharing blood with someone. I'm thankful to the Creator for this week on the land. We did a lot of just cleaning, clearing out, organizing, and man, it was like a breath of fresh air just to go in and reorganize, throw away things that you forget about because you put it up and then you're like, oh, I didn't know I had this in here. But grateful, to be able to go through things and remember what's needed, what's not needed, and to declutter. I think decluttering is very important because a lot of times when you have so much stuff, you're wondering why it may hold on to things. Like having so much stuff around can hold on to disease, it can hold on to smells, it can hold on to characters of other people that you don't even realize left their belongings there. So decluttering stuff, because it makes room for new things, for a new spirit to come in. So I'm thankful that the creator placed it in myself and my ish to do that on the land this last week, where we organized everything. And it just feels good to be able to look and see the progression, once you do such a thing. I'm also grateful that I still have my toe. I was moving something and I lifted up a steel iron rod, and instead of holding it firmly as I thought I had, it slipped out of my hand and fell. And then I thought it hit my whole foot, but it only hit my big toe. However, it was very painful, to the point where, I was sweating and just truly just out of it for a little bit. But I'm thankful to Creator because He gave me the endurance to push through the pain, to just kind of like work through it. And then, having my Ish here to be able to help me and do some herbal things to relieve the swelling. And of course, when everybody found out, they was like, oh, you need to go to the hospital. And I kept saying, well, if it doesn't get better, I will. But as the days went on, I was like, oh, it's getting better. I'm just keep doing what I'm doing. Keep, my daughter, I went to see her, they iced it, did all this stuff, and it felt better. So I'm thankful, all the different things. But I didn't want to go to the hospital. Part of me did, only because I wasn't sure. But then, I just prayed to the Creator about it. And at first, it was hard to move my toe, but I kept doing things to stretch my toes, to exercise my toes, because that was my biggest worry. But once I started to be able to do it on my own and actually put my mind over the pain, I realized, okay, it's not broke. It's not sprained to the degree where it's like shooting up pains through my feet or anything. So I'm grateful that the Most High saved my toe. And then I'm just grateful because, I was able to spend time with my daughters for like overnight. My daughter did my hair, so I spent the day with them and the night and just bonded with them and two of my spiritual daughters that lived there and came by. So we enjoyed each other. We had some vegan food and we just talked for a long time into the night and just bonding and remembering the times of years ago and where and who we are now. And just, hearing their concerns as young women, because they're all in their mid 20s. And outside of my daughters, I've known the other young women since they were about 8 and 6. And so to see their growth and to see their beauty, and to see their walk in this path, because each one of them have experienced some major things in this walk, in this life, that any of them could have walked away from this because of the characteristics and the nature of Israelites, and just the damage that has been done to so many. And so I'm proud of all of them for maintaining their relationship with the Creator and maintaining themselves in this walk and finding their path. So may the Most High continue to be with each and every one of them. Yeah, and so I'm just thankful because I feel like, the week was blessed in that manner and the Most High made it purposeful. So Toda Rabah. Zehu.
You want to read the comments? I mean, the
Sure.
acknowledgement. And Shabbat Shalom, Ima Sakari. And Sister
Mhm.
Gabby, shalom, shalom.
King. So Malka Higdalia says, I am thankful to the Most High, for the Most High, allowing us to constantly learn ways to better servants, to be better servants. Also, for examples such as Malka Hagadol in our midst. Toda Rabbah, Malka Higdalia. Then my sister wife, Okoti Autumn, says, I'd like to thank the Creator, our most high power, for working with my spirit, showing mercy throughout my life, especially in my ignorance and just straight up disobedience. I thank the Most High for even giving me the desire to want to do better for Him, to be a better woman in Him, a better wife, mother, and friend. And
May the Most High be praised in all these things.
then she said, Passover 2025 is coming up. Yes, it is. And that's part of the reason why we were doing a lot of cleaning and cleansing out. She also said, that's true. So that's why we keep spirits there. The Most High appreciates cleanliness and order. Yep, He dwells in it. That's my parents used to say, the Most High dwells in cleanliness. So when you have mess and disorder, I don't know. For me, I know when I clean and I feel closer to Him. So, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Gabby. Shabbat Shalom, Ima Sukari. And then Akot Aisha says, I am thankful for the reunification I am having with my family. I am thankful for this receiving period. I am thankful for my willing spirit. I am grateful for peace of mind and my safe space. And then Akot Gabby says, I'm thankful to see another rising and be in good health. Thankful for spiritual healing and to fellowship with my Beulah family another Shabbat. And Malka Higdali says, indeed, Sister Gabby, good fellowship is priceless.
May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. You know, I be feeling like people be faking. I be feeling like people be faking. People be acting like they want to do things, but they don't really want to do things. And therefore, in their efforts of doing things, they only give a certain portion of the energy that they could have given if their spirits really was behind it. Sometimes people just don't want to be left out. They want to be a part of something. So therefore they go this place and this place and this place and be associated with like 5, 6 different places just in case one of those places seem to prosper. So they can always say, see, I've been there since the beginning. That's how I be thinking in the back of my mind. But you know, my mind runs strange sometimes. But however it is, I'm thankful that you guys are even coming into the assembly of the Creator, trying to learn what you can learn from whatever avenue you can learn it from. You know, I'm not embarrassed of you guys who are in the background. We got 1,600 people in the room. A lot of you haven't, most of you haven't spoken up. So I'm not ashamed of you. And I appreciate you even coming every week. I really do. I appreciate you showing up, participating to the degree that you do, just by listening. Maybe some of them don't want people to know who they are. That's cool. I ain't got no issue with that either. But I just want you to know I'm grateful for your attendance. I'm grateful that you have chosen to be with us on this day to hear, to learn, to understand anything that the Most High has placed into me to share with the family, or some the Most High has placed in someone on the sideline to type in the room or to say or to present to the family. Passover is coming up, family. Passover is coming up. It's all day April the 14th. That's what we have. All day April the 14th. If there's anybody who's planning on making a secret visitation to the land, you need to talk to somebody before you show up, because you show up, you might not get in if you don't let us know you're coming. Because we lock the gate. You can't get on the land unless somebody invite you or somebody know you're coming. So it'll be best if you just reach out and let somebody know that you'll be there, and don't just wait till the last minute to pop up and surprise somebody with your attendance. You know, because although we family, sometimes people like to be pre-warned, because we got to get food for everybody. We prepare. We're not charging a fee. We just ask for a donation of any size that you can afford. That way we're not putting a burden on anybody. So we really have to know about approximation about how many people's coming. Although we get a little extra, because sometimes we might underestimate, but we would like to know and reach out to the family. All right. So, boy, what a week. This was a wonderful week, wonderful week. The Creator allows safe travels for the family, and we're grateful for that. We appreciate that. Things be happening during the week, and I say, you know what? I can't wait to Shabbat so I can share this with the family. And because I didn't write it down or really hold it tight in my memory, these things slip my mind when it comes time for me to remind you all of some of the things that have happened that I'm grateful for. I am very, very, very grateful for the blessings of the Father, all the things that He has done for us, and all the things He has in store for us in the future years to come. So at this time, I relinquish the mic, and I see if anyone else would like to come and thank the Most High for anything before we move on. Shabbat Shalom, Kim.
Shabbat Shalom. Aim Sukari says, grateful to be present this rising. So much is going on these days, negative vibration. It is here in this place. I feel the support from my spirit.
That's what I'm talking about. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised.
I wanted to say something about, so on the land this week before, my husband discovered that there was a water leak in one of our pipes. And so, he went about getting all the things to fix it. And so he came home with this, what do you call it? That digs into the excavator?
Excavator.
Excavator, right? And y'all, and it wasn't, not funny, but those big machines, and when you see men on these big machines, I automatically think about that it's a toy for them, because I just associate like tools like that and doing that type of stuff men do, because you get your sons those little toy Tonka trucks and everything. So as I'm videoing him, that's what I'm imagining in my head. And then at some point he had to come down off of it, and all I saw was, all praises to the Creator, it didn't happen. But the way that the machine was moving, all I saw was the machine like going up and flipping over. And I was just like,
show them the video. Let everybody laugh.
To find it. And so I'm grateful that the Creator didn't allow that to happen. But the seriousness on Maisha's face as he was doing it, I was like, oh, he's thinking about the same thing. And it just made me laugh. And I just was like, it's something to see how these big machines can really, if you don't know what you're doing, you can really get hurt. And I'm just like, it just, every time I see him on these things, I'm just like, ooh, oh, Most High, please, be with him, because I could just see, it's like cartoons flash in my head about flipping over and all type of things happening. And I know we're not supposed to laugh, but it's just funny sometimes. It's just really funny. So
find the video and let them see for themselves.
I have to look for it.
All right, when you go look for it, I'll talk to the family. I think it's a blessing to have a man in your vicinity, in your area, in your reach, who can do manly things. Because There's a lot of males that can't do what they're supposed to be able to do. It's like a man finding a wife that can't cook.
Yeah.
Or a man finding a wife that can't sew, or raise a child, or take care of a child. These are things that you expect for a woman to be able to do. Well, I expect men to be able to do manly things, but everybody ain't built that way. So when you find one, you be good to him, hold on to him, because he's a manly man. I just learned something this week that is a difference between, and this is for the family, there's a difference between an alpha male and a masculine male. They are different. They say there's a difference between the two. An alpha male is somebody who's a leader and in charge of things, but a masculine male is a man who's in his full maturity as a masculine individual who handles his business. He doesn't have to be an alpha male in charge of running a community or organization or a leader of men. He doesn't have to be that. He can be just a masculine man that knows how to command his house, run his house, pay some bills, take care of the children, spend time with the children, treat his wife, be good to his family. He just be a masculine man, handling all his responsibility, fixing the cars, mowing the grass, taking out the trash, jumping on machinery, whatever he needs to do as a masculine male. And that's just as powerful as an alpha male, except the alpha male should be all that masculine stuff plus the next level times two. Because, an alpha male supposed to be in a position of leadership, supposed to know how to run and organize and lead men. And that's extremely important. And that's something that you don't find in a lot of communities today. Males who can lead men. And not only that, you can't find a lot of males who can follow a man. You can't find a lot of that either. But we're going to fix all that. We're going to change all that because the Most High says he's going to bring all that together. And a lot of our disobedience is because we hate the Creator. We're going to find a way today, through today's lesson, how we can reverse that hatred into love, into pure love. Right? Shabbat shalom, Mr. Otter. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be with you. I'm imagining now, Prince. I could see him having a time and serious at the same. May the Most High be praised. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you got to know how to do. You got to know how to be. You got to know how to conduct yourself. You got a lot of people can talk that talk, but very few can walk that walk. And that's the difference. Shabbat shalom, Ain. May the Most High be with you, Ain. Miss you, Ain. So, it's a difference. It's a big difference. All right. You found the video yet, Iman?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to give you the floor, let you do your thing.
What I gotta say?
You got the video, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to share my screen.
You push the little button at the bottom, say present.
Yeah, I'm doing
and then you just say share. Then you go up to the middle button. You press what movie you up to the middle. It'll be the middle option. Hit that. And then whichever one of the things on your screen you want to share, you highlight that.
Okay, it says the browser, it can't capture my screen. So I sent it to you. So you should be able to share it.
How you send it to me?
Through text.
Text. All right, let me see. All right, so let's continue on until we I didn't get it. Is it too big? Oh, that's what you shared with me? Okay. All right, let me see if I can pull it up. Okay. That's the one you want to share?
No, that's not it. Hold on.
That's the one you sent me.
Okay, 1 second.
The one I thought you wanted to share was the one where I was
I'm
getting off.
sending.
Okay. All right. My apologies, family. My apologies. I must have shared the wrong video. Oh, that's what I shared, Antoine. All right. So anyway, the day that I found out the leak was the same day. It was on the 1st or the 2nd, the 1st or the 2nd. The same day we supposed to be leaving out of town to go to be with the rest of our family in Kentucky. But at the last minute, I said, nah, I ain't going. I just felt like it was time for me I needed to stay back. So we stayed back. And sure enough, I saw why the Creator put that spirit on me to stay back. Because as soon as we go outside, water coming out the ground. and that needed to be adjusted. It needed to be fixed. Okay, Ima, did you send it another way?
Sent it to your text.
Yeah, I didn't get it in my text.
Okay, well, just let's give it a
Aim,
minute.
Aim Drusilla says,
Aim says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the people in my life who come through for me at last minute in urgent situations.
oh boy, how important that is. Isn't that important? Extremely important. May the Most High be praised. All right, this thing ain't coming through, babe.
It's taking a little while. It's a video.
Right? Yeah, it's a video. I forgot. All right.
Mhm.
Well, I'm gonna let that video keep on doing what it do. But that's extremely important, Aim. I won't put that up again. Aim says, I am thankful to the Most High for the people in my life who comes through for me at last minute in urgent situations. Wow. That's all about brotherhood and sisterhood and family. You know, that's the true meaning and the true essence of those things. And sometimes it's not that people that don't come through, it's not that they don't want to, they might not be able to. But those to have somebody to be there when you need and you're really in dying need and have a brother or sister to relieve that need, it's a beautiful thing, man. It makes you feel so appreciated. I know it do me. It's just, you got to have those type of people in your circle. And how do you know? You don't know until you test them. Once their tests come, they show who they really are when that time comes. Yes, it is. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. All right. I still haven't received the video, so we're going to move forward. And then when the video comes up, we'll just play the video, okay? So we're going to move forward. And at this time, we're going to start with the commandments. Who would like to be first to present their commandment? Anyone? I think we all are finished thanking the Creator. Is that right? Is there anyone in the audience who would like to thank the Most High for anything special before we move on to the commandments? Is there anyone else who would like to thank the Most High for anything special? And as I stated before, you can always come on the screen. We can have you come onto the screen. You can speak your part. And Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. May the Most High be with you as well. Sister Gabby, did I say Shabbat Shalom to you, Sister Gabby? I pray that I did. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, let's see where we at. You want the stage, Brother Asa? You ready? Ema, I ain't get that video yet.
Shalom, family.
That must be a long video.
Yes. I'm thankful for life. Thankful for family and sunshine and fresh air. Those things we cannot put value on. Grateful. Thankful that I was able to start a new job this week. And grateful that, there was no challenge in terms of getting time off for celebrating Pesach. So that is very important. My commandment this morning that I want to share is in Leviticus chapter 2, verse 1. When anyone brings a grain offering to the Most High, their offering is to be of the finest flour. They are to pour olive oil on it, put incense on it, and take it to Aaron's sons, the priests. Right? And it continues, say, the priest shall take a handful of the flour of oil and together with all incense and burn this as a memorial portion on the altar, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Most High. The rest of the grain offering belongs to Aaron and his sons. It is a most holy part of the food offerings presented to the Most High. Yeah, so what I'm seeing in that, well, first of all, I'm not seeing anything difficult in it. People always describe the offerings as things that were tedious, cumbersome, but it was just a way of connecting with the Most High, getting closer to Him. And what better way than to bring an offering? And when you bring the offering, it actually show that you appreciate. You bring something from the fruit of your labor, and you're taking it to the Creator, and you're showing that you appreciate that He allows you to be gainfully employed and be able to realize increase from the blessings that He gives. Right. So that's my commandment. But there's in addition, each time I see the offerings mentioned in Leviticus 1 to 5, it's always not if you bring it's not you must bring an offering, but when you bring an offering. So I'm getting from it that it's not mandatory, but when you bring it, there's a special way to bring it. You can't just bring an offering anyway because you wake up this morning and feel like giving an offering. It must be according to how it is outlined by the Most High. And that's where a lot of people fall. They want to bring an offering anyway, anyhow, when the Most High stipulates how to do things whenever you choose to do things. That's it. Shalom.
May the Most High be praised. A very good way to put it. Very good way to put it. You know, it's very important, your mind state when you bring that offering to the Creator. Not just when you bring an offering, but when you do anything for the Most High. Your mind state is very important. Like Brother Asa said, it's not just the fact that you brought an offering, but it's the way you brought the offering. The Father watches our spirit. You know, we fast every Wednesday at Beulah Land Temple Kepharim. We fast every Wednesday from Tuesday night at 12 o'clock to Wednesday night at 6 o'clock. And a lot of the people, they fast along with us, but they really don't want to do it. And their emotion when that time comes is not in a positive place because it's not where they want to be. It's where they feel like they're being forced to be. So I'm going to say it to you like this, family. Please don't ever do anything to the Creator that you feel like you're being forced to do. If you don't feel it in your spirit to want to be, to want to do, to want to participate, then it's best that you don't do it because the Most High may just hold you accountable for that emotion. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So here's that beautiful video that she's talking about. And don't laugh too hard, y'all. Don't laugh too hard. Looks like you cut my head off, babe. I don't know if y'all can imagine the feeling that was up there, but it was a feeling indeed. But you know, I wasn't scared of nothing. You know, we men, we ain't afraid of nothing. Y'all know we ain't scared of nothing. Don't be thinking I was scared or anything, because I wasn't scared, you know. It was just a little, you know, awkward, that's all. But we made it. We made it. Woo! May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
I sent the first one when you was trying on the grass. You can show that one too.
Oh, you think they want to see all this, babe?
You asked for it. I just
you think people want to see all this? I don't even know what this one looked like, but let's see. Hopefully it ain't too long. All right, play it. Oh, it's only 45 seconds. And that's a view of the land, y'all. Y'all can see how we move down there. That's a view of the land with the animals in the background, grass and trees and beautiful things. Well, this one, the things wouldn't go down. You see at the bottom, they were supposed to fall down to the ground, but they wouldn't go down because they were stuck in the dirt. So I couldn't go that way. I had to redo everything, pull them back up, and ride around to the other side and take it down. Yeah. So she thought that was funny. So she laughed. I could tell what her spirit was like while I was doing all that. She thought that was funny. So yes, okay. May the Most High be praised. But it's just a blessing, to be able to do those things and to have somebody that's willing to do those things. Yeah. All right. She says, my wife says, don't you have to have a certification or something to work these kinds of machinery? You're supposed to be licensed to work and operate those machines. But I learned to operate those machines many years ago when I was in my youth. I was in my 20s. Oh, that was about 10, 15 years, 20 years ago. So anyway, when I was in my 20s, I learned how to operate those machines on big construction jobs. And I had a machine that was called a lull. Anybody in the industry know what a lull is? You pick up stuff off big trucks and you move it and drop it on wherever you're going to put it. And the first week I was riding that lull, I fell in a hole and they had to pull me out with another machine. So yeah, you need a license or you need the experience at least. And I definitely got the experience. So may the Most High be praised. So let's get back. Let's get back to the lesson today. And this portion of our lesson is the giving of the commandment of the Almighty. So who would like to be next to give a commandment? Anyone? And thank you, Brother Asa. That was a very strong commandment. We're very appreciative. Ima?
And my commandment can be found in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 2. That thou mightest fear the Creator thy power to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged.
Explanation?
It's simply that you must keep the Most High's commandments all the days of your life. Not just you, but your sons, generations to come. And even though it just says sons, because the sons carry the generation, it's including everyone. And so for me, it's basically telling you, as long as you do his commandments and keep those laws, it prolongs your life. And the Most High always tells us, choose life. So to choose life means to do his laws, statutes, and commandments righteously and to the best of our ability.
Okay, absolutely. For the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Anyone else? Anyone else like to thank the Most High for anything special? Would anyone else have a commandment for us at this time? Anyone else want to give a commandment? I like it when we give those commandments and then those commandments turn into a whole debate, conversation, discussion, understanding. That's the kind of commandments I like. But, sometimes people just go for the surface commandments just so they can participate. A lot of people, we hear these laws over and over every year. So we know the interpretation or the common accepted interpretations of most of the laws. So they may feel it's not necessary to do. But family, let me tell you, the more you do this, the more you practice this, the more you learn it, the more it ingrains within you how to do these things and how to keep the commands of the Creator. So therefore, we should do this constantly. And we should get on the point where we start to search out for commandments that we might not have mentioned or paid attention to, Therefore, we can get creative and help teach somebody else by us not even really knowing that we're teaching. So is there anyone else with any commandments? Anyone else want to post a commandment so we can bring that commandment up, have conversation about it? And once you give your commandment, you give your explanation of the commandment, and you have an opportunity to be a teacher because you break down what that commandment means to you. I'd like to say Shabbat Shalom to a lot of the family that are present here with us today that are not in the vocal forum right now. Imam Havared, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Carol, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all and strengthen you all for good, for life. All right. No other commandments? Nobody else bringing any commandments today? Because if ain't nobody bringing no commandments, it's going to be time for us to get started.
Okay, I don't see any. Oh, wait. Aim Sakari says, Exodus, Shemot, chapter 33, verse 14. And he said, I beseech thee, show me thy glory.
Nice conversation. Go ahead. Did she give her explanation?
Not yet.
That's a nice conversation right there. Show me thy glory. Now, a lot of people teach, well, I'm going to tell you the rabbinical teachings of that is that they believe that when it says for the Most High, when Moshe asked of the Most High to show him his glory, they teach that Moshe was asking to see the presence of the Creator. This is what the Jewish people teach. And what they claim he saw was he was being given the law, the Tanakh, the Torah, as we see it. The Tanakh, not just the law, but the Tanakh, the part that he wrote, all five books of the Torah, not the Tanakh, the first 5 books of Moses. They claim that that's when Moses received it, from Genesis all the way down to, what's the last book? Deuteronomy. From Genesis to Deuteronomy, they claim that at that point was when Moshe was introduced to the laws of the Most High. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened. Prince is not saying that. Prince is only saying that this is what they teach. Okay? That's what they teach, that's what took place. So, in my opinion, and here's a jewel for you to take with you. In my opinion, the book was written down much, much later in time, during the time of Malachi. And Malachi, in the books of Malachi, I believe it's the 3rd chapter, they speak that, and those who feared the Most High sat down together and talked often with one another and besought the Creator, and a book of remembrance was written for the people. Now that's in the book of Malachi. If you can get a chance to pull it up, you can find it. It should be somewhere in the 3rd chapter of Malachi. Let me see if we can find it real quick for the family. A book of remembrance was written in the hearings of the people, 3 and 16. Let me see. Yes, Malachi 3 and 16. All right, for anybody who has it. Emma, did you pull it up? Malachi chapter 3, verse 16. Okay, so no, what's happening is, as Mr. Otter said, Mr. Otter said the creator quoted it and Moshe wrote it. Now, just for the record, so everyone knows, there was two different places where the Torah was revealed to Moshe. There's two different places. Okay. We're not talking about Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. We're not talking about that. When we say the Torah, we're speaking about the laws that was written within those books. Because a lot of those books, a lot of people don't pay attention to this, but this is something that you have to be keen on. Each one of those books contains laws, but then there's history about what happened when we was journeying, when we was traveling, when we went to war. Those things was not what the Most High wrote down for Moses. Neither were they the things that was written down at that time for Moses. The book of the law was the do's and don'ts of the children of Israel. That's what the books of the law, Dibarim, Brit Hadibarim, the covenant of the things, the book of the law, those things is what we had to live by. But as we lived, someone was keeping a record of what took place in the midst of us keeping the books of the law. It's a difference. Most people don't understand that. Most people don't follow that. Or let's say most people don't delineate between the difference of the two. So in my opinion, the giving of the Tanakh, the Torah, not the initial, as my brother Mr. Otter said, the creator quoted, Moshe wrote. And then another time, the first time the creator wrote it with his finger. When Moshe broke those tablets, then he went back to the mountain and the Most High quoted and Moshe wrote. I totally agree. But I'm speaking of things that we find like that Moshe broke the tablets. How we even know that? Who wrote that history? In my opinion, is when those men, they went before the Most High in Malachi 3:16, where they went before the Most High, and the Most High and a book of remembrance was given to them by the Creator. And now we have what we call the book of remembrance. And that's what that's all about. And that's just my opinion, family. Don't mean that it's factual. It only means it's my opinion. And sometimes my opinion, I give a good opinion, So let's see. In Exodus 33:18 is the verse 1, labeled 33 and 14. It speaks to me to understand what the Most High has for us, his righteousness. Okay, is that your commandment, Ima? I think that's Ima's commandment. Okay, Ima, there's a couple commandments, so I'm going to put you up. Do your thing, please. I've missed some up top, too. I think that's where she started. Ima, please forgive me if I messed you up. And others, if you posted already, we'll get to it, so please forgive me. You want that, Ima? We having a slow start today, ain't we? Come, let's do some jumping jacks. Let's get our juice running. Let's get our energy running, because we got to get amped up. Nobody can hear you, Ima. Nobody can hear you.
Okay, I'm asking where am I reading from? You had me go to Malachi. So are you asking?
Let's read Malachi first. 3 and 6. Start at 3 and 14.
Okay. Malachi. Oops. This is Exodus. 1 second. Malachi 3, verse 14 reads, "Ye have said it, it is vain to serve the Creator. And what profit is it that we have kept his ordinance, and that we have walked mournfully before the Most High of hosts? And now we call the proud happy. Yeah, that work wickedness are set up. Yeah, they that tempt the Creator are even delivered. Then they that fear the Most High spake often one to another, and the Most High hearkened and heard it. And a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared the Most High and that thought upon his name."
That book of remembrance was the book that we're reading today. And that's why this is mentioned in the book of Malachi. In my opinion, that's why this is mentioned in the last book of the Torah, of the Tanakh, the last book of the Tanakh that we have on record. Now, there's a lot of other books of the Tanakh that was written that had, I believe it was maybe 10 more books they called the Apocrypha. Some of the Apocryphas was a part of the original canon or the putting together of the Bible. But I don't know if that's what we had in our custody and our care. But what I do know from my research, prior to the Septuagint and the Pentateuch, what's that other one called? Pentagog, whatever it's called, something like that. Prior to them two books being put together, the original Hebrew was just to the book of Malachi that I know of. And then they supposed to, according to history, the Greeks were supposed to have taken and put 70 of our elders in a space at spear point and made them translate the books so that they would have a copy, Pentateuch and the Septuagint, so that they would have a copy in there that they can do what they wanted to do, because originally nobody had that but us, the Hebrews. When the Latins and the Greeks came around, they dominated. And they took our elders and made them translate into their language so that they can reword things and do things the way that they saw it fit to be done. And let me drop another jewel on you, something you can take with you and do a little history research on. The Bible that we have in population, mass population, is called the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text. And the Masoretes, that book wasn't released to the public, and I believe it was around 600 AD is when they first released the version of the Masoretic text into circulation, into population. So they had our books for at least 600 years. Matter of fact, it was more than that, almost 1,000 years, because back in 300 BC, I believe it was 300 BC was when they held our elders at knife point, spear point, and made them translate 70 elders, Hebrew men. They made them translate into their language so that they could publish and do what they wanted to do. And then almost 1,000 years later, with the Masoretic text, was the first release of anything with Hebrew and English related together for the public to read. Other than that, the mass classes, the teachers, the Catholic, not Catholics, but they was a part of it back around 300. They became a part of it. But prior to that, the religious structures of the Latins and the Greeks were the ones who were in control of those books. We had no control over anything anymore. Our Tanakh was lost, except for the Samaritan Torah. There is a original version Torah written in the ancient Hebrew that's over 3,000 years old, that was held in Sumeria, that we still have in population today. Somewhere in the earth today is still that book. I don't know its precise location. You could do a search on it. Probably Ethiopians have it because that's where it came from. But in ancient Sumeria, I believe the Ethiopians does have it. I believe they do, with the Ark of the Covenant. They supposed to have a version of the Ark of the Covenant as well. But there is an ancient Torah, unadulterated, written in the ancient Hebrew, and I have a picture of it. I do have a picture of it in a book I have over here. It's green and gold, like my garment. It's green with gold trim around it. And it's really nice. But it's 2 Torah scrolls, and it's written in all ancient Hebrew, not this modern Hebrew. This modern Hebrew we see today is a Masoretic text. This is a modern Hebrew. It's a Masoretic text. It's not the original Hebrew. Our original Hebrew letters was a different type of letter. And if anybody who really studies our culture, they probably are familiar with it. They call it the Phoenician Hebrew, but that's only one version of it. All right. So that's a lot of information for you to look at. Write some things down, do some research, because it'll be good for you to know. All right. I want to go back to Amos Sukari's verse, please. Exodus 33 and 18. Did we say what Exodus 33 and 18 was?
Hello, I can read it now. Exodus 33 and 18 reads, and he said, I beseech thee, shew me thy glory.
And her explanation?
She said, it speaks to me to understand what the Most High has for us, his righteousness.
And show me his glory. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can see that, Emma. Maisha writes, Exodus, her commandment is Exodus 25, 1-7. Did you grab that scripture yet?
I'm doing it now. Exodus Shemot, chapter 25, verses 1-7. And the Most High spoke unto Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Yisrael, that they bring me an offering of every man that giveth willingly with his heart. Ye shall take mine offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them: gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen and goat's hair, and ram skin dyed red, and badger skins and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, oxen stones and stones to be set in ephod and in the breastplate. And her explanation is, to me, this is showing that even during our free will offerings, the Most High wants specific items. In modern day times, our free will offerings still should be this specific.
Our free will offering still should be this specific. Well, in modern day time, your free will offerings will have to be a different type of offering. But if it's something that you offer freely to the Most High, then yes. I mean, if it's something that you can offer today versus in the ancient days, then yes. Let's say if to you feel like you want to donate $1,000 a month to the community, to Beulah Land at Temple Kifarim, and you do that on your own volition. You say, hey, this is what I want to do, and you do it, then do it. But you can't do it with a spirit like, man, I don't really want to do that. I shouldn't be doing this today, or I don't want to do that. I hate when I got to do. That's not the spirit you do it in. You do it in the spirit, in my opinion. You should do it in the spirit. Well, these brothers can use this. This can help them. And I want to play my part to get back to the Creator to further see this process take place that they're doing. You know, it's a lot of different things that we can learn, that by giving, you have to give with a certain spirit. I mean, how many of you even like it when somebody does something for you, but they got an attitude about doing it? Some people say, as long as I'm getting it, I don't care. But I'm not one of those people. I'm one of those people that feel like if you're giving it to me in the wrong spirit, I don't want it, because you're putting a negative spirit or a negative energy on that, whatever you're giving to me. Thereby, if I receive it, then I'm receiving that negative energy. So I'd rather not have it. I'd rather if you feel like cleaning the house, cleaning the kitchen, or going to the store, or something is taxing to you, then I'd rather you just don't do it. So therefore, if you're donating something to the Most High, then donate something with the right spirit. Well, that's what I just said. I said things that we are able to donate in this time, we have to do it with the right spirit. So no, we're not donating ram skin today, because it wasn't ram skin. We don't know what it is, dyed red, all that will be good. But then what will we do with it? How will we benefit from it? How will we profit? And how will we apply it to the works of the Creator? In today's world, what we need is some time. You can come and donate some of your time. We need you to share with others, which means that you can give others whatever you can't give here or can't make it here, or even if it's about time, give somebody else some of your time. Sit down with their children, help their children to learn, to read, to write, with no hidden agenda in mind, like I'm really just trying to get next to their mom. No hidden agenda in mind. Really trying to help somebody. Maybe you're a retired teacher. If you're a retired teacher and you like helping children, you should hit my wife up anyway, because we got a space in our school for retired teachers. But if you're a retired teacher and you got some skills and you know children on your block might need some tutoring, sit outside at the end of the day and help tutor them. That's also you giving back to the Most High. Offer the skills that you have that the Most High has blessed you with to the service of others. That's always a way for you to give back to the Most High. And if you got some extra KSF, you know what you can do with the KSF. I don't need to speak on that part, but you can always donate, help, and to contribute. Did y'all hear about that pastor? I heard about that pastor. I got to say this part because I thought it was funny. The pastor demanded that the doors was locked until his people gave up $40,000. He locked the doors. He told the ushers to lock the doors. And he said, we're going to take up a donation. You over here, $1,000, till we get up to $40,000. And he got that money. And they opened the doors and let everybody out. And he made the news. He went viral for that. But I thought it was, a pretty ingenious way to get it. But that's what they did. That's what they did. And people got mad and upset about it. But he did what he felt he needed to do. Maybe they were some stingy people and nobody was giving up anything, was offering anything, but yet getting all that knowledge. Maybe that's what it was. So he had the opportunity. He locked it up and he made them all give up that cash. And then he opened the door and let them out. He was even telling the people online to pay some of the money. He locked the door and had the people online to pay $1,000 a piece. And he raised that $40,000 and they were out. They were out. He did what he did. Sometimes you got to make Jake straighten up because Jake gonna walk crooked and get it for free all his life. Sometimes you got to make him straighten up.
But wouldn't that be like also forcing tithe, forcing a free will offering? Like,
well, how about this? How about this? How about it's just reminding people? How about he went to the extreme to remind people that they need some money to run their organization? How about that?
But
he locked the doors. He locked the doors and said, hey, y'all, give up some money. This is what we need. And guess what? They raised it. Let's lock the door around here. Let's see what we get.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just saying because Marvin Sapp, if that's because that's who they're talking about. He's been in this business for years getting money from his parishioners. And I just feel like to lock the doors and then you set up, like that's like force. And it just seems so, it's wrong to me in my opinion, because it's not like he's been doing this for years and the church that he's a pastor at don't give money all the time. I mean, this man has been known to have jets, all type of things going on. He has a music career. So he's not, I don't see the desperate need like for what he did, like to do it in that manner. And then it kind of shows of a force of control that I feel like you don't have to be. I mean, maybe because I'm looking at it as when the Most High says he wants a desired heart, a free heart, one who wants to do this for him. And so the force of it is like, yeah, I just can't get with that.
Well, I understand. And while I sympathize with your position, he got the job done. That's all I'm saying. He got the job done. And we still sitting around penny pinching talking about, hey, can y'all make a donation? How about y'all help us out? Share, like, and subscribe. This brother locked the doors and said, y'all ain't going home until we get this money. And guess what? They got that money. We would have a school building on the land by now. We would have a bigger temple built on the land by now. We would have a whole lot of stuff going on if the people were willing to, do something like Marvin Sapp did. And well, we ain't got to do it in the automatic Marvin Sapp did. We just got to have a generous heart to give to the Most High. That's all we got to do. Just have a generous heart to want to see the works of the Most High go further. That's all.
Well, I think he just opened a can of worms for himself.
Well, think about it. It got him the publicity he needed. He needed, we don't know, his church might have been going under. He needed to get out in the news some fabulous way. and he did it. He locked the door. Man, we probably need to get as ingenious as he was to create
Lord.
something like that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but that guy sounds crazy.
Well,
That's
I
the church.
respect it, man. I
That's the
respect
church.
it.
But that's
Yeah.
like that other church, that other pastor in Atlanta. I can't think of Creflo Dollar.
Creflo Dollar.
Yeah, he didn't lock the gates or the doors. But I mean, they basically ripped the people off, and then the money doesn't go back to the church or the community. It goes to them buying. He had 4 jets, mansion houses. He's living in brand new cars like Bugattis and stuff. Like, why? And then, and it's like, okay, if you're getting this money, how does it go back to the community? Because then I've heard of stories where people come there poor, telling them, hey, my lights is getting cut off. I'm about to get kicked out of my house. And they tell them, go get a job. But they've already, basically, in my opinion, took from the people, especially the poor people, and pocketed all the money and enriched themselves. But they didn't enrich the community or the people that's actually there to be their followers.
You see what Ames said?
Maybe he knew the potential of his parishioners.
That's right. That's his job as a leader. He knew what they were able to do. And he was right. They did it.
And she laughed for that comment.
Yeah, it's a shame. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But please don't let this go unnoticed that it takes a lot of money, a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort to reach the people of the Most High every week. It's a lot. So I can imagine the type of preparation this man has to take. Any man that's a spiritual leader that's bringing about profound messages every week. It's a lot of work to it, and people don't understand. If you had, that is your job. That becomes your 9-to-5 job, preparing for the weekly class, service, teachings. It's a lot of work when it's done right. When it's done right, it's a lot of work. So if that's his job and he get paid, he getting a whole lot of money for it, though. They getting it, boy. They out there doing what they do. Yep. Okay. So is there anyone else who has a commandment for us today? No other commandments? No more commandments. All right.
Yeah, I see no more commandments. Just comments about. MC Carr says he's got a lot of negative reaction online. Someone in his service didn't agree.
Yeah, you're going to always get a lot of negative reactions when you're dealing with Jake. That's how Jake is. All right, so here we go, family. We're going to get started. Is something else just popped up?
Well, I was saying, Autumn said, based on the video before he locked the doors, he basically gave a speech, pretty much what you're saying, Abba. He wanted his congregation to put forth the effort. Yeah, that's forced.
All right, here we go, family. Shabbat shalom to you all. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. Toda Rabbah. Let's get it in. That time is here now, y'all. That time is here. So we're going to rock and roll. We're going to rock and roll. Okay? So, first thing we have to do is we need to bring the lesson for the day up, the message. We're going to be reading out of the book of Ezra. All right? The book of Ezra. Now, again, just like last week when I was reading in the book of Ezra, this week, I picked up where we left off just to cover and freshen up and make sure I was ready. And we left off in the 7th chapter of the book of Ezra. But what I want to pick up at is in the 6th chapter, because I want to get our minds, should I start in 5? Yeah, I think 5 was very important. But we're going to be all over the place with this, so I'm going to start at 5. And I think I'm starting at 5, not that I think, I know why I'm starting at 5, because there was a lot of things that we missed in 5 that we're going to cover today that's going to show us the history of how impactful this Exodus was that our people took. This was actually the second Exodus. And a lot of us don't understand that. Ezra took over 200-something thousand people with him. I believe it was 242, I think it was, 1,000 people exited with him, and they walked. Or 2,400 and something. However it was a lot of people. So I need to give you the backdrop, and then I need to talk about some of these things that are mentioned here in Exodus, the 5th chapter, that we didn't jump on last week in class. Okay? So here we go. The book of Ezra, the Exodus that they took, they had been in the Babylonian captivity. And I got to give us a brief up on this. We have been in the Babylonian captivity for 70 years, as it was prophesied by the prophet Jeremiah. So they lived in the captivity for 70 years. Another wave had just went out. Darius set a decree up. Some of the Israelites went out, and they set up the foundation for many things back in Jerusalem. But that wasn't Ezra. Ezra was like the second wave of the people coming out, getting back, and he took all those people with him. Now, another thing I want you to remember, to know, to be mindful of, is that Ezra was a scribe. He was a priest, and he was a scribe. Nowhere in the scriptures does it call Ezra a general, a governor, a captain of men. Nowhere. But yet, that's what he did. Ezra was a scribe to the people. You know what a scribe is? A scribe is somebody who take notes, write notes, keep record of history, and interpret the scriptures, and they're learned in the ways of the Torah. Basically, that's the job and the duty of a scribe. Ezra was that. But not only was he a scribe, he was a priest. He was a priest. And if I'm not mistaken, he was a high priest at that particular time. So because there was no kings anymore in Israel, remember, a lot of us might not know this, but Zedekiah, I think his name was, Zedekiah, the one who had his eyeballs poked out in Jeremiah right before the Babylonian captivity, he was the last king on record for Judah. The last king on record. The last one that we had, the bona fide king on record. And when the temple was destroyed at that particular time, when Hezekiah came in, racked the city, and stole the jewels, we hadn't had a king since. We had not had a king since King Zedekiah. He was the last king that sat on the throne in Israel. After that, we had governors. We had Moshiachs. We had scribes. And we had different types of people that took leadership positions. And then a Jewish man came by, what they call rabbis. We had prophets. But all of these people now took and did the role of a king. We didn't have any kings no more. The only reason why we had a king was because the people protested to Prophet Samuel that they didn't want a prophet or a man ruling over them. They wanted a king. They didn't want Samuel ruling over them. They wanted a king. So therefore, the Most High told them, they don't reject you, Samuel. They rejected me, because Samuel, his duty was to remind the people of the laws and make sure that the people was walking in accordance with the Most High's laws. People don't like when you remind them of the laws of the Creator. People want to come together with the illusion of worshiping the Creator, but in reality, they want to be able to commit adultery. They want to be able to steal. They want to be able to cheat their neighbors, cheat them, and mistreat each other. They want to be able to do these things. But if somebody is reminding them of the laws of the Creator, you can't do this, you can't do that, they don't like those kind of people. If somebody comes in and teaches them how to stand upright and to be a prosperous man and woman, they don't like it unless it comes in the way that they want it to come. And the way that they want it to come usually is in a manner where they want you to ignore all of their bad things that they do in their lives. Ignore the fact that they smoke, ignore the fact that they get high, they drink beer, they drink alcohol. They want you to ignore all those things. Ignore the fact that they're having sex with women that they're not married to. They don't want you to bring up the fact that, yo, bro, you're supposed to be celibate if you ain't got a wife. They don't want to hear those things. Therefore, they commune with organizations and communities that will allow them to do these things. They don't question you on who you're having sex with. When it comes to a Shabbat service, you're not convicted about the way you lived your life through the rest of your week because the spiritual leaders are not on a righteous tip. They don't care about righteousness. So therefore, Samuel, who was a great prophet, one of the greatest prophets of the Most High, who was also a priest, the people rejected him because the people wanted to live the way the people wanted to live, and they didn't want anybody reminding them of their sin and their filth. We have a similar situation like that today. As long as the teacher is sitting up here talking about it and not really exposing you to your wickedness, then he's all right. He's a great teacher. As long as he can expound on his law without including me in it, then we fine. And you can go that way and do whatever you choose to do because you felt that you showed up on the Shabbat day. And that's not how the Most High holds us accountable. We are supposed to be real with this. Remember what I said earlier, the only parts of this law that you believe are the parts of this law that you keep. The things that you do are the only things that you believe. No matter what you say to try to convince yourself that you're really trying to do your best to please the Creator, it is always our disobedience that displeases him, and we are disobedient because we really hate the Almighty. Deep down, secretly, we do. We despise him, but a lot of us, we won't bring that to our knowledge. We won't bring that to the forefront of our lifestyle. To serve the Creator in the manner that the Most High has for us to serve him requires sacrifice. It requires us to give up a little bit of what we want to do what we have to do. And remember earlier, we spoke about that certain spirit that one has to have to do things for the Most High. You have to have a willing spirit. Well, we don't have a willing spirit when we really want to go out Friday night and party and shake our thing. That's what we really want to do on Friday night. So therefore, when the Shabbat come around and our friends are having those parties and we can't go, we feel like, man, this is depressing. I don't know how much more I'm going to be able to do this. You know, it's the wrong mindset, the wrong attitude. Or if you're fasting and you go out with your family, they're not fasting. And you go out somewhere and they're all eating around you, you feel like, well, I could just get me a little bit of this. I know I'm going to break my fast, but this is a special event that's weakening you. You're not giving the Most High the best of you. And you have to sacrifice in order to give the Most High the best of you. And a lot of us don't like sacrifice. We want the freedom to be able to do what we want to do, but yet still be attached to some form of righteousness. And that's not how it should be with us, Israel. We should be righteous and be in Israel and be in righteousness all times, always. That's just the way it's supposed to be. But we don't see it that way. We want to do what we want to do and be considered a servant of the Most High at the same time. And that's not how the Most High has it. All right? So therefore, people who remind us of the laws of the Creator, they are all right, but, you know, people that we think are better than us at keeping the laws of the Creator, they are all right, but, you know, I don't really rock with them, but he all right, she all right. And you will notice that those who walk in tender grounds before the Almighty, be it male or female, because they're walking righteously, a lot of the people will despise that individual. We really don't want righteousness, although we pretend that that's what we want. We don't, because every one of us have it within us. And think, family, every one of us have it within us to make that sacrifice to live righteously if we choose. But a lot of us don't find pleasure in living righteously. Therefore, we're holding up this whole process of our return back home, because the Most High don't want to take us home with the same mind we had when we were here. Some people say, when I get home, I'll change. No, you have to change now. You have to begin to live your best life right now before the King. Don't wait till you get back to the land. Do it now. Show him that you can do it. Show him that you can achieve it while you're here on the ground, still around. Show him that you're willing to make the sacrifices for him to be pleasing and acceptable in his sight by not stealing, by not committing whoredom, be it man or woman, by being kind to your neighbors, your brothers, your sisters, the children next door, the lady up the block, the old lady around the corner, whomever it is that you come encounter with in your life. It's because the Creator brought them into your life for a reason. And that reason usually is to test you, to see if you have changed from the individual that you used to be to the individual that he needs you to be so he can bless you. A lot of us hold up our own blessings. A lot of us, because we don't really want to give the Most High the best of us. But we should. We're hesitant about coming to Shabbat. A lot of us don't want to show up for Shabbat service. That's not what the Most High asks for us. If we're not willing to come and participate and to be there with the right spirit and the right heart, stay away. That's right. A willing heart is required. When you're trying to serve this King and you want something from him, the Most High does things for you, whether you deserve it or not. Matter of fact, he gives us more than what we deserve. He does more for us than what we deserve. How much more can it be difficult for us to give the Most High a set apart time of our lives? It is what it is. And I've learned over the years, and I want you all to know this, that part of the reason why our room don't have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people is because I'm not for everybody. My method of delivery is not for everybody. Everybody's not going to like what I do and how I say, and some people might just don't like the sound of my voice. Oh, he just irks me every time he talks, and that's okay too. And that's probably why there's not 4,000 and 5,000 people in the room, but that's okay. We got the people that the Most High has designed to be here. We're in a company of those people. And if others are turned off for some reason or another, let them go where they feel they need to be, where they can be edified. Because also, if you're being here and you're here in a negative energy, a negative light, then how much are you going to really get out of the message? What are you really going to learn? So you got to be focused, family. You're here because you want to be here. And may the Most High be praised. Fresh zoo life. Shabbat shalom, my brother. May the Most High be with you. All right. Now the prophets. This is Ezra, the 5th chapter. We read over this last week in Shabbat service, but I want to cover it again. Remember, family, please like, share, and subscribe. Please take a second, family, just to like the page and to share the page. Can everybody just do what you got to do right now to like and share the page, to build up the followings so it can reach, the message can reach people who are attracted to the type of spirit that the message is coming in, because everybody's not attracted to that spirit. So share, family, share the page, like the page, subscribe, ring the bell so you're notified whenever you see the little bell on the right-hand side. Ring the bell so you're notified whenever we go live. You'll get a hit and say, hey, this is what they did. All right. Virtuous woman, Shabbat shalom, virtuous woman. May the Most High be with you. That's right. Always wanting smooth words. And that's exactly right. That's what's wrong with a lot of our people. They want smooth words, things that don't take them out of their normal, out of their accepted, comfortable level, comfortability level. But let's read on. And I'm going to share with you that these things has been going on for a long time. But here we go. Let's get into the message, to the meat of the lesson. Here we go. Now, Ezra, the 5th chapter. Now the prophets, Haggai and Zechariah, the son of Iddo, prophesied to the Jews who were in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of Ha Elohim of Yisrael, who was over them. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel. So now what Zerubbabel are we talking about? The Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Yeshua, the son of Zadok, arose and began to rebuild the house of Elohim, Ha Elohim, that was in Jerusalem. And the prophets and Ha Elohim were with them, supporting them. There's a lot being said here. Although you read that, you're not really focusing in on the meat of all the things that happened during this time frame. So let Prince break it down for you if I can. Do anybody know about the prophet Haggai? We're going to read a little bit about the prophet Haggai. Now, this was taking place during the time of Darius and Cyrus. We're going to read a little bit about the prophet Haggai, because Haggai, as many of you don't know, Haggai was prophesying around this time to the people of Israel. He was prophesying. And a lot of us don't know that Haggai even had anything to do with Ezra, but he did. Oh boy. I don't know, this thing got a mind of its own. Oh boy, that's not what I want. Haggai 1. That's what I want. Has a mind of his own. But what I want to pull up and let you know is that Haggai and Ezra and Zerubbabel, and you're going to learn some things about Zerubbabel today. Haggai, Ezra, Nehemiah, Zerubbabel, Yeshua, who was the high priest, a lot of this stuff was at the same time frame of the first rebuilding of the second temple. When we first began the process of rebuilding, when Ezra made that exodus with all the men, these were the men who were prophesying. Now, why I felt it was so important that we went into Haggai today was not just to substantiate that Haggai was there during the temple time when the foundations was being laid and the building was being built, but I felt it was important we brought Haggai into this situation because the book of Haggai gives us an insight as to what was going on in the community at that time. It gives us an insight as to the mind frame of our people, the destruction that was taking place, the chaos and turmoil, and everything that was happening around Ezra and them building back up the temple. And then when we read this, we'll see a lot more reason as to why Ezra did some of the things that he did while enforcing the rules and the regulations at the temple. Haggai, the command to rebuild the temple. In the 2nd year of Darius, the king, in the 6th month, on the 1st day of the month, the word of the Most High came by hand of Haggai, the prophet, to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel. Now, Zerubbabel, I want you all to remember this, because write it down. Matter of fact, take a second and get your notepad, your pens, your paper, and your notebooks, your recording devices, and take notes. Because after this, we're going to ask questions. And unless you write your questions down, you may not remember, because we're going to cover a whole plethora of information so that you will be more edified when you go out and talk to others about this way of life. You'll know a lot more about history. You'll know a lot more about what took place with our people and why you're here today to speak unto the individuals that you're speaking to. So just for the record, I want you all to know that Haggai, two things that I learned this week. Haggai, and I did the research to find out, to verify what I'm about to say. Haggai is of the bloodline of King David. Haggai was a Judite of the direct descendants of King David. I mean, Zerubbabel. Zerubbabel was a direct descendant of the King David of the tribe of Judah. Why am I bringing this out to you? I'm bringing it out to you so that you will know that at one point in history, we're going to read a little bit about it, but the people had considered Zerubbabel to be the anointed, the Moshiach, the long-awaited Moshiach that the children of Israel was waiting for. They thought that Zerubbabel was going to be and was this Moshiach. Zerubbabel played a powerful part in our Exodus, but we can't say that he was the Ha-Moshiach, but he was a Moshiach, and that we have to accept. Haggai, the prophet to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and to Yahashua or Yeshua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest. Now, Jehozadak is going to pass. Yahashua is going to take over, and he's going to be the high priest to the children of Israel. Thus saith the Most High of hosts, these people say the time has not yet come to rebuild the house of the Most High. Then the word of the Most High came by hand of Haggai. Now, this was before the second rebuilding of the temple. Then the word of the Most High came by the hand of Haggai, the prophet. We're reading in the book of Haggai today. And this is what it says. It says, is it a time for you yourselves to dwell in your paneled houses? He says, is it okay, in paraphrasing, is it okay for you to dwell in your houses that you build, that you put together for you? And you know, you take a lot of time and effort to go out and to get yourself in a house. You know that, even if it's an apartment for rent. It's a lot of time, effort, and kesef. Kesef is a Hebrew word for money. A lot of those things are put into you finding a place for yourself. Am I right, family? Can any of you testify that this is a fact? But then how much time and effort and kesef do you put into the Most High having a dwelling here on earth for you to commune with him in? How much time and effort and kesef do you put into the Most High having a house established here on the earth for you to commune with him in? Is it a time for you yourselves to dwell in your paneled houses while this house, the house of the Creator, lies in ruins? Wait a minute. How is it that you put so much emphasis on your own dwelling, but the house of the Most High has been destroyed? When we put on our land, the first thing we did on our land was build a house of worship for the Creator. One of the first things before we built any other house, we built a house of worship for the Most High. And now we got about three other, one is completed and two other ones in the process of being completed that were put on the land. But the simple fact is that the Most High was thought on first. The Most High was achieved first before we thought about how we can elaborate and build our own houses. And that's what the Creator is asking right now to the children of Israel in the land. He's asking them that question. Now watch this part. Now therefore, thus saith the Most High of hosts, consider your ways. Consider, Israel, how much you actually do to be pleasing in the sight of the Creator. You have sown much and have harvested much. You eat, but you never have enough. We're never satisfied. We've always striving to get more and more and more and more. But then what do we do with what we have already accumulated? How do we profitably utilize the things that we have already achieved and successfully done in this lifetime? But you have never filled your clothes. You clothe yourself, but no one is warm. We never have enough clothes. We never run out of trying to buy new clothes. You know, we do this all the time. I got my closets upstairs. My wife be saying, yo, man, you got too much stuff. The reason why I got so much stuff, because I don't throw nothing away. I got pants upstairs with holes in them that I wear for years. When I got to go to work, I'll put on some pants and I go to work. Y'all see my hats. And no shame in my game. I ain't one of those people who take the Most High's blessings lightly. I still got clothes upstairs in my closet that I have for over 20 years. Right in my closet right now that I could pull out, put on, if I need to, because I got them, because I don't throw nothing away. I could never understand how, and this is a real fact, how the young guys today that in my life frame will come up, buy a brand new pair of pants, wear them one time, never wash them, and throw them away, and buy some new clothes to wear. Wherefore they wore their clothes only one time before they threw them away. That is so wasteful to me. That is so wasteful to me. But we have people who do that. They wear sneakers. And the moment the sneakers get dirty, they don't wear them no more. Not that they don't clean them off. They don't even try to clean them off. They discard the sneakers and buy 30 new pairs and keep them in the closet for that reason. I don't understand it. Let's keep it moving. It is a time for you yourself to dwell in your paneled houses, while this house lies in ruins. Now, therefore, thus saith the Most High of hosts, consider your ways. You have sown much and harvested little. You eat, but you never have enough. You drink, but you never have your fill. You clothe yourselves, but no one is warm. And he who earns wages, this is so important right here. He who earns wages does so to put them into an empty bag full of holes. That was so powerful. That was profound. That right there, you should put and make one of the little stickies and put it on your wall, because we all can use that little parable to remind us of why our pockets are empty right now, for those of us whose pockets are empty. And even those of us whose pocket is not empty, we could have so much more if we learned this message right here. And he who earns wages, that means you go out, you make some money. But we put them into a bag full of holes. What that means is we're taking those wages, all the money that we work so hard to get, and we're putting it out, which means we're spending it, but we're getting very little in return. A lot of us like that freedom that we talked about earlier, to do whatever you want to do, just to do you, as they say, to do you, with nobody to hold you accountable, no responsibility, nobody checking over you. A lot of us love that lifestyle. Therefore, those people usually reject the laws of the Creator in desires to do what pleases them, as opposed to what pleases the Most High. So they take their monies and they spend their monies on trips, vacations. How does a vacation profit you? How does a trip profit you 5-10 years from now? That $20,000 you took on that trip, let's get realistic. Let's say $8,000-9,000 a trip. That $8,000-9,000 that you took on that trip, you could have took that $8,000-9,000 and invested in something towards your future and the future of your children. Some real estate, a company or organization, a business, even the stock market. You could have did chances in the stock market. If you do it and spread it out, diversify, then you can really make a lot of money in a better way. Don't put it all in one thing unless it's a definite sure shot and you got some insider trader information. Other than that, don't put it all in one place. But the point is, you could have took that $8,000 and you could have diversified that $8,000, put it all over in different places, spread it out, and it brought back some profit. And then use a portion of that profit to put into a high yielding account to serve, to earn money for you, so that later, while that's earning money, you ain't got to do nothing to it, and all the wages that you're bringing in, you can keep living off of. So while that money in the high yielding account is earning money, you can use that money to go on vacation 5, 10, 20 years from now, as opposed to spending the money. Most of us, we go on vacation, we come home, we broke. And we follow that same process over and over and over. We earn wages only to put into an empty bag with holes, because that's what we do. We spend money on things that profit us not, that bring us no edification. So that's not good. We got to change this, family. We got to begin to do things that's more profitable for our futures and the futures of our children. Black folk in America, even if your father got money, your father had money growing up, and you become an adult, and your father passed on, and he leave a small inheritance back for you to give you a head start in life. If you don't have the proper training, you're going to blow that inheritance in less than a year, depending on how much it is, but you're going to blow it because you don't have the proper discipline that's needed to maintain wealth. Somebody hit the lottery, it's the same process, because their wages that they earn, they're putting into empty holes. If you don't have the mentality to maintain and manage money, no matter how much money you get, you're going to be broke. Therefore, if you're making some money, a little bit of money, no matter how much you're making, if you don't have any money management skills, you're not going to ever get out of that circle and that trend of somebody's 9 to 5 every day, because you don't know how to. You should get in touch with someone who has an ideal of how, and I'm not talking about ideal just because they think they know, but somebody who has proven it through their lives. They have a way, a method of making money and earning money and making money work for them. That's what you should do, so that you stop putting your earnings in empty bags with holes. One of the secrets to making some money is this. For every portion of income that you bring in, take 10%, put it aside, and don't touch it. No matter what happens in your life, you don't touch it, leave it alone. You let it build up, build up, build up. Every time you get the earnings, 10% of that, you put it away. If it's $50, put it away. If it's $10, put it away. Don't touch it. Let it earn, build, and let it grow. But don't touch it. And eventually you'll see that you got some nice little bit of, money working for you. May the Most High be praised. But that's all I could about give you on the Shabbat day without getting deep and going off the subject. Haggai 1:7. And I'm giving you an insight as to what was taking place during the time of Ezra, during the Exodus. Thus says the Most High of hosts, consider your ways. Go up to the hills and bring wood and build the houses, that I may take pleasure in it, and that I may be glorified, saith the Most High. He says, you look for much, and behold, it came to little. And when you brought it home, I blew it away. Why, declares the Most High of hosts? Because of my house that lies in ruins, while each of you are busy himself at his own house. What is the Most High saying to us? Because this message from a long time ago still stands true in our lives today. In the ancient days, so many of the children of Israel was out building a life for themselves, building a home for themselves, building a family for themselves, and everybody off doing their own thing, that a lot of the people forgot how to build a life for the Most High, or centered around the Most High. They forgot it so bad that they stopped even worrying about building a house of worship for the Most High. Therefore, they had no place to go to commune where the Most High would allow his Shekinah to rest, his glory, his spirit. He wouldn't allow it to rest anywhere. They didn't build a place for it to rest. So therefore, the Most High felt some kind of way. We are busy living life to live the life to please us and worried about our needs, but we don't worry about building a life to please the Almighty. But we should be. One thing I want to say, and I want to bring this point out so that you know as we're doing this reading, and I want you to meditate on this and think about this. I don't recall, and this is just my memory, from all the chapters that we're about to read today, where the children of Israel was practicing idolatry and the Most High had to punish them. Excuse me. I don't recall one place in all of my readings today that we're about to read about where the children of Israel was being punished for practicing idolatry. So therefore, what I'm saying to you is that we have bigger issues than just idolatry. We have social issues, because if you watch this, a lot of this is going to be about social society. We have a lot of social issues in how we relate to one another, how we get along with one another, how we talk about and mistreat one another. We have a lot of social issues in how we serve each other that the Most High is not pleased with. And that's outside of the idolatrous issue that so many of us possess. We have so many issues within our people that ain't got nothing to do with idolatry. It has everything to do with being a respected man or a respected woman to begin. How you respect another man and how you respect another woman in this culture, in this life, and how you respect the Almighty as opposed to idolatry. I don't see too much, almost nothing about idolatry, but yet we see where the Most High is angry with us. We see where the Most High's wrath is upon us. And not one time did he mention idolatry yet. He's talking about how selfish we are, how proudful we are in our own hearts, that we're looking after our own selves, but we're not even considering what needs might be done for the Most High. We're not even considering inviting the Most High in by putting our hands to the work to build a house for his Shekinah to dwell in. We're not even worried about that. The Most High says, you took for you much, and behold, it came to little. That means you did all that work and all that effort, but at the end of the day, it didn't profit you much of anything. So you put a whole lot of work in to get a little bit of a return. The Most High is saying you didn't get a lot of return because he blew it away. He prevented your blessings from coming into your life. And a lot of us today, we wonder why our lives are the way that they are. I know I wonder a lot of times, say, Creator, I made this much money this month, this much. Where'd it all go? Bills, responsibilities, necessities, bills, responsibilities, necessities. That's where it goes. And a lot of that stuff is just the Most High blowing our money away because we're not doing right when he blesses us with the money. How much of the money do we give back to the service of the Most High? You know, how much do we really invest in uplifting the Most High and the Most High's people? So therefore, you can earn as much as you want. My brother just got on here today, say he got a new job. He got a brand new job, he said. Boy, he got a brand new job. And if he wasn't giving what he got to give to the Most High, he probably wouldn't have got that job. It's because of the sacrifices that he makes in his life that the Most High blessed him in the way that he did. May the Most High be praised. He said, you look for much, and behold, it came to little. And when you brought it home, I blew it away. He says, why? Declares the Most High of hosts. He says, because of my house that lies in ruins, while each of you are busying himself with his own house. Basically, the needs of the Most High, the needs of the people, we left alone. But we focused on building our houses, sending our children to the best of schools and paying that way. But the neighbor's children, we didn't think about. That child that didn't have a mother or father, we didn't think about. That's an Israelite child. He doesn't have a mother or father. Then why don't you invite him in to come live with you and be a part of your family? See if that can help. It's so much that we have to do. It's so much to do. But unless we align ourselves properly with the Almighty and begin to put the Most High first in our lives, our ways will not prosper until the Most High is pleased with us. So whatever little you have, family, always think about the Most High first. A lot of you got your income tax check this year. Usually it's done in the first couple of months of the year. How many of you have taken any of those income tax checks and given back to the Almighty? How many of you have done any of that, just a portion of that income tax check, and did something for somebody you don't know? How many of you? Because those are the types of things that the Most High is looking for. Those are the types of things that he's looking for. We go get that weed. If you ever sat back and thought about how much money you spend on marijuana a year? Have you ever sat back, and I'm getting real, family, and don't run, don't hide, think of what I'm saying. Have you ever considered and thought about how much money you spent on liquor, alcohol a year? Have you ever sat back and considered how much money you spend on getting your hair done with these weaves a year? Have you ever thought about these things? It's a lot of money. So if you had that money that you spent all year on getting high, getting drunk, and looking good, if you take all that money and found another way to enjoy life, and to enjoy life, if you found another way, like doing your own hair, finding a way to live without the illusion that alcohol gives you, and try to find a way to live without the confidence that marijuana gives you. If you found a way to live life without all that money you spent on that foolishness, which is really holding you back that you can't see, if you put that and add it all up, you'll have a nice little decent amount of money every year left over. You wouldn't even need a government to give you anything because you done saved all your money up, $10,000, $12,000. A lot of us spend a lot of money in getting high and giving us a false impression that we look good. Well, that false impression that you look good with the weaves, I know that's why people don't be liking to come to my class. And I understand, because I'm going to tell you some things you might not want to hear, like the prophets of old did. They told us some things we didn't want to hear, and we said, kill them, get away from them, kill them. Listen, the Creator made it a reason why they have now found that artificial hair that you put in your head is cancerous. The Creator made that happen, not man. The Most High put it out there for a reason, to let your sisters see how dangerous you are living your life. It wasn't enough when we said that you keep putting that stuff in your head and these people are worshiping their gods over in India, sacrificing their hair to their gods, and then they bring it to here and you put it in your hair, and now you walking around with a false illusion, a false impression that you look good, that you somebody that you ain't, because you got your hair did with something that belonged to somebody else. Those things need to be corrected. So it wasn't good enough that we told you that those things was sacrificed to devils and demons. That wasn't good enough. You still did it. Now, hopefully, since the Most High revealed that this stuff is causing cancer to our young sisters and our young women, it's poisoning your blood. It's putting illnesses within your body. Maybe now, after some people fall off, sad to say, but after some people fall off, maybe you will consider that you need to stop these things and start getting whatever hair you have, get it naturally done. You start eating right, living right, cleansing yourself, and your hair will begin to grow. You put the right things on it, your hair will begin to grow. But the reason is because we don't consider these things, and that's why we suffer the way that we suffer. The Most High says, and I have called for a drought in the land and the hills, on the grains, the new wine, the oils, on what ground bringeth forth on man and beast and on all their labors. The people was in the land during the time of Ezra, and they wasn't living right. They wasn't doing the things that's pleasing to the Creator. Ezra don't tell you all this. He don't go into the details about like what we're reading it right now. He doesn't go into the details. The Most High wasn't pleased with all the things that was taking place. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, with all the remnant of the people, obeyed the voice of the Most High, their Elohim. Now, Zerubbabel was the same Zerubbabel we just read about in the book of Ezra, the son of Shealtiel. And Yahshua was the same Yeshua, the same individual, the son of Jehozadak, that we read about in the book of Ezra. They obeyed the voice of the Most High, their Elohim, and the words of Haggai the prophet, as the Most High, their High Elohim, had sent him, and the people feared the Most High. Then Haggai, the messenger of the Most High, spoke to the people with the Most High's message. It says, I am with you, declares the Creator. And the Most High stirred up the spirit of Zerubbabel. Remember, Zerubbabel was the one that they thought was going to be the Moshiach, or Ha-Moshiach, the awaited Messiah. It was Zerubbabel first because he was from the lineage of David. He was the one that they thought was going to be the Moshiach, the governor of Judah, and the spirit of Yahashua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, and the spirit of all the remnants of the people. He said that the Most High stirred up the spirit of all the remnant of the people. Think about that for a minute. If you watch and consider, up here it says that, and I have called for a drought on the lands, the hills, the grains, the new wine, the oils, and what grounds bring forth on man and beast, and on all their labor. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, the high priest, with all the remnant, what they did was they obeyed the voice of the Most High, Ha-Elohim, and the words of Haggai the prophet. But not only that, as the Most High Elohim sent him, and the people, that was the turning point right there. Once the people began to fear the Most High, once the people began to do what the Most High had just said that they wasn't doing, they heard it, they changed their ways, they changed their attention, they changed their focus, and the Most High rewarded them. And those are the things that we have to do today, family. If we want the Most High to be present in our lives on a more powerful magnitude and more prominent level, we have to do the things that's fearing him, to do the things that's pleasing to him, do the things that's opposite of what we just desire for ourselves if they don't fall in alignment with the Most High's will. Once the people began to do that, then great things began to happen. It says, then Haggai, the messenger of the Most High, spoke to the people with the Most High's message. And he says this, after the people turned, the Most High saw it, he sent the prophet, and this is what he said. He said, I am with you, declares Yahweh. And the Most High stirred up the spirit of Zerubbabel. He started working through our leadership. He started giving our leadership new insight, new opportunity, new growth, and new development. And that same thing can happen right here with us today, family. Once the people began to do differently and began to keep the Most High in the forefront of their minds, then the Most High will bring down a spirit upon the earth that will help the people and cause the people to go into the next level of opportunity through working through that leadership. And the spirit of Yahashua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, and the spirit of all the remnant of the people. And they came and they worked on the house of the Most High of hosts, their Elohim. You see what they did? When that spirit came on them, it lifted them up. It gave them direction and insight. And then all the people got together and began to work on the house of the Most High. So do you see what Ezra was going through at that time? Ezra, a man who would have a problem, and he would stop in his tracks and bow and prostrate on the ground and stay in that place and wouldn't move until the Most High responded, was a powerful man. He was a powerful man. He was serious, but he was doing so much crying and so much suffering, not because he himself wasn't right, but it's because the people that was in his circle wasn't doing righteously before the Creator. And he was crying to the Most High on behalf of the people. When we read about Ezra, you watch when it talks about Ezra crying to the Most High and fasting and praying and meditating for days on days on days. You watch what he was crying about, why he was fasting and meditating and praying so much. It was because of the sins of the people. We, family, once we turn in the direction of righteousness and begin to, stop all this playing that we've been doing for so long. But I'm talking about really live our best lives by way of the Creator. really, and separate ourselves from the people of the land and the teachings of the land. And when I say separate ourselves from the people of the land, I mean give them their actions back, those actions that are not righteous and upright before the Creator. Give it back to them. That's what I mean by separate. Once we begin to do that and live our lives like the teachings of this lesson today, you will see a tremendous shift in the direction of your life. Tremendous shift. And the spirit of all the remnant of the people, and they came and worked on the house of the Most High, Ha Elohim of hosts, on the 24th day of the month, in the 6th month, in the 2nd year of King Darius. Remember that name, King Darius. Okay? In the 7th month. Now, what was that? The 26th day? On the 6th month, in the 2nd year. Now, in the 7th month, on the 21st day of the month, the word of the Most High came by the hand of Haggai the prophet, speaking unto Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and to Yahashua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, and to the remnant of the people, and say, who is left among you who saw this house in its former glory? So now, let me sum it up for you. The people began to do some work, but the people's attitudes still wasn't right. The people didn't fully dedicate themselves to the works of the Most High like they should have. I mean, they was doing just enough to say, I showed up on the Shabbat. Or so they could make a phone call and say, hey, Prince, I was in class today, but they only stayed for 5 hours. I mean, for 5 minutes. You know, they just showed up, typed something, and then they left. This is what he's talking about. These types of people. They're showing up to begin the works on the temple, but they're not bringing the right energy. They're not giving their all to see this to be a great success. And you know how it is, family. When we don't give our all, we get the job done, but we don't get the job done the best the job could be. So that's what Ezra is dealing with right now. That's why Ezra is constantly in prayer, asking the Creator for help and for healing of the people. And you can see it's slowly taking place, whereas a lot of the people are receiving the help and the healing of Ezra the priest, but it still is not where it needs to be. So let's see what he says. Who is left among you? This is the Most High speaking. Who is still here that saw this house in its former glory? Who present in the audience today, and all of our family, who saw the old original temple after Solomon built it, how beautiful it was? Is it not nothing in your eyes? Yet now be strong, O Zerubbabel, declares the Most High. Be strong, O Yahashua, and son of Jehozadak, the high priest. Be strong, all of you people of the land, declares the Most High. He's talking about the people who are willing and coming with a righteous heart. He says, be strong. Work, for I am with you, declares the Most High of hosts, according to the covenant that I made with you when you came out from Egypt. He says, my spirit remains in your midst. Fear not. For thus saith the Most High of hosts, yet once more in a little while I will shake the heavens and the earth and the seas and the dry land. And I will shake all nations so that the treasures of all nations shall come in. And I will fill this house with glory, says the Most High of hosts. The silver is mine. The gold is mine, declares the Most High of hosts. The latter glory of this house shall be greater than the former, says the Most High of hosts. And in this place I will give peace, declares the Creator. On the 24th day of the 9th month, in the 2nd year of Darius, the word of the Most High came by Haggai the prophet. On the 24th day of the 9th month. Thus saith the Most High of hosts, ask the priests about the law. The Most High is getting fed up with us after a time. Remember, a lot of time is elapsing. A lot of time is taking place. He says, if someone carries, now pay attention because this is important. If someone carries holy meat in the fold of his garment and touches with it his fold, bread or stew or wine or oil or any kind of food, does it becomes holy? If someone carries holy food in their garment and then they touch something that's not holy, does it turn that unholy thing into holiness? The priest answered and said, no. Therefore, my family, if you come into the company of unrighteous people and you're righteous, just because you're in their company is not going to make them righteous. More than likely, the opposite thing will take place. That unrighteous person will take the righteous person and make them unrighteous like them. If you giving your time, your energy, and your space to unrighteous people, more than likely the spirit that's on them will come on you. And watch what happens, because that clean thing, when it touched the unclean things, it became unclean. He says, then Haggai said, if someone who is unclean by contact with a dead body, and you know that's most of us, touches any of these, does it become unclean? So if somebody that is unclean touches something that is clean, does it become unclean? That's the question that was asked to the priests. And the priests answered, and they said, it does become unclean. The holy thing, being in the presence of unrighteousness, does not make that unrighteousness holy. But at the same time, too much exposure to that unrighteous thing will make that holy thing unrighteous. That's a fact. So you have to be careful and mindful of the people you associate with on a positive level, on a constant level, on a consistent level in your life. Because a lot of their unholy spirits will take hold of you, even if it's only through the telephone. And that's not in every instance, because you can build a resistance by all the money you got in the bank by way of doing righteously before the Creator. You're saving up money, spiritual money in the bank, so that when evil approaches, you have a defense against it. What Ames say here? See what she says. Attitude really does matter. We can be a part of a movement / community, but our heart is not for in its progress. That's right. Case in point, the building of Noah's Ark. Many who participated in the building of the ark did not enter. That's absolutely right. That's right. So an unclean thing can contaminate a clean thing, but not necessarily can a clean thing make holy that which is profane. Then Haggai answered and said, so is it with this people and with this nation before me, declares the Most High. At the time of Ezra, the people had a wickedness about them that will take the righteous people by being around them so much and make the righteous people wicked because of their actions, because of their thoughts and their deeds. And this is what Ezra was seeing. Ezra was seeing this. He was witnessing this. And it was depressing to his soul how so many people who were once righteous became wicked people by communing in the midst of wicked individuals. And it happens so subtly that you don't even realize the shift or the change taking place in your life. But Ezra saw it because he was on the outside looking in. watching the people transform from righteous spiritual individuals walking right before the Creator to now they sneaking out at night having sex with men, having sex with women that they're not attached to. These things are wickedness. We desire to please the flesh more than we desire to please that which is natural, the Almighty. And as we grow in desiring to please the flesh, we create within ourselves a hardness toward righteousness. And then when we see somebody or we come into the company of somebody, we can feel their essence, but our essence is off. Therefore, we take them as something negative. Or he's a user, he's going to use you. Or he's abusive, he's going to abuse you. We ourselves have transformed from righteousness to wickedness and don't even realize it ourselves. Even our prayers are empty before the Almighty when we're in that condition. You ever pray to the Most High and have that emptiness inside yourself, like the Most High is just not hearing you? A lot of times it's because your life is off point. Your life is out of sequence with the Most High's will. The things that you're desiring to do, although he's still blessing you to a degree, those blessings will be nowhere near like the level of blessings he will give you if your desires was on will and in alignment with his desires. Then Haggai answered and said, so is it with this people and with this nation before me, because the Most High declares the Most High, and so with every works of their hands. All that they do, the Most High is going to blow it away. And they're going to wonder why they just can't seem to prosper, just can't seem to grow while we're in this same situation. And when they come into the company of righteousness or righteous individuals, they will not recognize the company that they're in because their spirits are off. Whereas 5-10 years later, prior, when their spirits was on point, they could recognize individuals by their spirit. Now they can't. So is it with this people and with this nation before me, declares the Most High. And so with every works of their hands. And what they offer there is unclean. Everything that a wicked man does in the state of his wickedness, the Creator has ordained it as unclean. Do you understand that? Because a lot of us don't. So an unclean man does something, and that thing that he does is a good thing. Yes, it's a good thing, but it's still done in an unclean spirit. And it's not until he cleanses his spirit that his actions, his deeds, his thoughts become clean. Now then, consider this from this day onward. Before stone was placed upon stone in the temple of the Most High, how did you fare? How was your mind? What was your thoughts? When one came to a heap of 20 measures, there were but 10. When you came to a task and it was requiring you to put up 20, you only put up 10. You didn't do your all. You didn't do your best. You didn't give the best that you were able to do. When one came to a wine vat to draw wine 50 measures, there were but 20. You came to get from those blessings all that you thought was going to be there, but it wasn't half enough of what you thought there would be. The Most High says, I struck you and all the products of your toil with blight and with mildew and with hail. Yet you did not turn to me, declares the Most High. These were the type of things that Ezra was dealing with the people when they came back from Babylon into Jerusalem. They were there, but the house wasn't being built because the people didn't have a mind frame to build it. And then when they finally got the mind frame to build it, they didn't put all of their effort into it. Therefore, the Most High began to bless us according to our works. And because we wasn't giving the Most High the best of us, the Most High didn't give us the best of him. This still holds true to today. A lot of you on these dead-end jobs, some of you can't even keep a job. Some of you have a hard time finding a job or even creating a job for yourself. Some of you are so happy to have a job, but the money you earn, you bring home, as soon as you pay 2 or 3 bills, it's all gone, and you have to borrow from somebody else just to make it to the next month. But yet you keep that job. You ever wonder why your life is the way that it is? Usually it's because you're not giving your best to the Most High. When you had that job, how much of that KSF or how much of your earnings did you give back to the works of the Most High? A lot of people don't do that. Our disobedience is because we hate the Father, and that's why we don't do it. We're more in love with ourselves than we are with the works of the Most High being produced. Therefore, we're not helping anyone else. So the Most High said, because you won't give to me, I'm not going to give to you. And because you give me very little, I'm going to give back to you very little. So Ezra was out there sacrificing, doing the best he can, but because he didn't have other brothers and sisters around him with that same spirit of dedication, it was hard and taxing on him. It was very difficult on him to be the only one in the community outside the priesthood who's trying to serve the Creator. Can you imagine that? How did you fare? When one came to a heap of 20 measures, there were but 10. When one came to the wine vat to draw 50 measures, then there were but 20. The Most High is not meeting our demands, and in our lives is showing true the same thing. There were but 20. He says, I struck you and all the products of your toil with blight and with mildew and with hail. Yet you did not turn to me, declares the Most High. So with all that you've been going through in your life, what is it going to take for you to turn back to the Almighty and say, Father, I surrender. I give up, and I'm only here to do your will. Turn from your evil and wicked ways. I said something about marijuana. I said something about drinking, and the people just left. They gone. You mean I got to get that up? No, Prince. Let me go find somewhere that will let me and won't judge me and won't be so judgmental on me. Really is, you don't want nobody to help improve you, because we're all in this situation together. And if we don't fight this battle together, you keep going from one place to another place till you hear something you don't like, then you go somewhere else, rather than facing the demons that's in your closet and taking their heads and cutting their heads off. And instead of destroying the demons, you go from house to house to house to house to find places where you're more pleasing, more acceptable, where you're really finding what you're really doing is searching out a place where you can commit your sin, your wickedness, and your fornication before the Creator, where nobody will hold you accountable. But here in Beulah Land, Temple, Kepharim, you're going to hear these things because we hold you accountable. We hold ourselves accountable, and everybody in our circle we hold accountable to live the best version of life that you could possibly live before the Almighty. And the reason why is because we want to see this curse reversed. We want to go home to our land. We want to live in harmony with our people, rather in captivity or in our own land. We want to be in harmony with our people under the auspices of the Most High's commands. Consider from this day onward, from the 24th day of the 9th month, since the day the fountains of the Most High's temple was laid, consider, is the seed yet in the barn? Indeed, the vine, the fig tree, the pomegranates, and all the olive trees have yielded nothing. But from this day on, I will bless you. This is important, family. You know, we hear about great men like Elder Elnathan, Cohen Mikael, Rabbi Mathis, great men of old, Cohen Hagadol, you know, Elder Ishkael, great men who have walked this way, and I'm sure you can think of a lot of others that I may have not mentioned that you don't know. Ben Ami, Rabbi Ben Ami. You know, it's so many great men who have walked this earth and this way of life. Some of them are still here with us today. Some of the ones I mentioned are still here with us today. But what I got to ask is what the Most High asked. Is the seed yet in the barn? What does that mean? And then I can talk about some of the younger ones like Maury Yoel, some of the younger ones, you know, that's doing great works in the earth today. What's the other brother name? Samak, Maury Samak, Maury Yiftach. They're still out here today doing a lot of these works that the ones before them laid down to them. So the question is the seed yet in the barn? Indeed, yes, the seed is in the barn. But if the seed is in the barn, it's not going to do us much good as long as the seed is in the barn. The seed needs to come out of the barn, and the seeds need to go get planted where it can be productive, where it can grow and yield forth a tree that will have other seeds come off of that the bees and the flies and the ants and the birds will all come and take some of them particles and spread them all over so that there'll be other trees springing from that one grain of seed that's in the barn. And what am I teaching? I'm teaching that all these great men that I mentioned, Zion Lex, these are just a few of them that are doing so much work, putting in so much work to edify the minds of our people. The work that they're doing is just the seeds in the barn. If we, the people, don't take that and plant those seeds by sharing, exchanging that information, by living the lifestyle that we know we are supposed to be living based on the teachings, and we ain't even talk about when the Shabbat start. We ain't talking about eating no pork. We talking about the basic principles of fellowship between brother and sister. That's what we talking about. These people are teaching these types of things because that's what we need. The seed is in the barn. But what we do with the seed that's in the barn is what is going to make all the difference. I'm not talking about doctrine. I'm talking about just basic brotherly love, sharing, willingness, caring, understanding the Torah, teaching the Torah, helping others that are in need. I'm talking about kindness. I'm talking about showing that the Spirit of the Most High dwells within you when you speak to others, when you dwell with others, when you talk to others, and when they get to behold your presence. This is what I'm talking about. Not giving the illusion, but actually showing the people through your works, through your lifestyle, through your actions and your deeds, that the Spirit of the Most High is with you. They don't all have to agree with you because more than likely they're not if the Spirit of the Creator is not with them. But you will be a benefit to their lives where one day they will see that a man of the Most High or a woman of the Most High was there. You know, we had a prophetess too. Her name was Hilda. She was a prophetess. When I say woman of the Most High, that's what I mean. Somebody who puts the Most High first. That's what I'm talking about. Is the seed yet in the barn? Yes, indeed. The seed is in the barn. Here's the barn. The vine, the fig tree, the pomegranates, and the olive trees have yielded nothing. That means you, the people of the Most High, are not taking the teachings that you're getting and being productive by utilizing and planting them in fertile soil. A lot of people just get these messages, these lessons, and they keep them to themselves, and they don't even change their behavior. They continue to live as they've been living, just as long as they do enough to show up on the Shabbat and say, I was there. That ain't what the Most High wants you to do. If you keep seeds in the barn, those seeds are never going to be useful for anything except molding and mildew and being destroyed. But unless you take them out of the barn and plant them in the earth, then they're useful. Same thing with this knowledge that you're receiving today. All the wages that you receive, what are you doing with them? Besides putting them in empty bags with holes. Those wages could be brought forth, those seeds, those wages could be brought forth to a people, to a place, to a thing that's going to help it to increase. And that's exactly what we do. So share with the people of the Most High. Share, teach, lead, guide, serve, help the people of the Most High. You are that vine. You are that fig tree. You are that pomegranate. You are those olive trees. You are the one who must be yielding and producing fruit so others will turn in the direction of the Creator. Is the seed yet in the barn? Indeed it is. And if you notice everything that he mentioned, the tree, the vine, the figs, the pomegranates, the olives, there are natural things that are good for human life and human development. If you ate those things, they will be good for you. Things grow off the vine, grapes, figs, these things grow off the vine. These things are good for you. Well, figs don't grow on vines. Figs grow on a tree and hang off the leaf. But the grapes, they grow on vines. Tomatoes, they grow on vines, real tomatoes. A lot of things grow on vines. Peas, they grow on vines. These are things that's needed for our everyday life, everyday health, everyday strength. And the pomegranates are really good for men. So is the olives. Olives are good for everyone. But from this day on, I will bless you. The Most High is letting us know that from this day on, and mark my words, you're going to begin to hear that little voice in your head showing you from the evil to your righteousness and giving you the opportunity to make the right decision before you make the wrong decision in this life. You're going to start bethinking yourself, am I stealing? Could this be considered stealing? Yeah, you know what? I ain't going to do this. You got to be careful, family, because the Most High is watching. But he's letting us know that from this day on, I will bless you. He's going to turn our curses into blessings. He's been holding us up for so long with so many curses that we have grown accustomed to being cursed. Most of us don't know what it's like to be blessed by the Most High. I mean, really be blessed and excel past that of others. Most of us don't know what that's like. Most of us know what it's like to receive the blessings of the Most High, just like he blessed the rest of the nations. Ames says, living within our comfort zones may seem great, but when it doesn't align with the will or the Most High's way, our comfort zones become idolatrous. And she's absolutely right. My brothers say the weeds are affecting the seeds. Very good. The word of the Most High came a second time to Haggai. On the 24th day of the month, speak to Zerubbabel, governor of Judah, saying, I am about to shake the heavens and the earth and to overthrow the throne of the kingdom. I am about to destroy the strength of the kingdoms of the nations and overthrow the chariots of their riders, and the horses and their riders shall go down, every one by the sword of his brother. The Most High is telling us that he's about to destroy these societies, these governmental institutions, and they're going to destroy themselves. Mark his words. Take it for a fact. But it's going to be because he has caused it to be. So when you see it in the news that it happened, remember, Prince told you that was going to happen. Not that Prince is saying he's a prophet or nothing, but the Most High is prophesying to us through Scripture that this is what he's going to do. and the horses and their riders shall go down, every one by the sword of his brother. On that day declares the Most High of hosts, I will take you, O Zerubbabel, my servant, the son of Shealtiel, declares the Most High, and you like a signet ring, for I have chosen you, declares the Most High of hosts. Do anybody know what a signet ring is? A signet ring is when a king or somebody of nobility, they have their seal on their ring. And anything that they ordain to take place or put in process, they rub it on that seal, and their seal is stamped on that document, meaning that they have the authority to move forward. So Zerubbabel is going to be able to, in the last days, when the Most High brings his kingdom back in the earth, he's going to be able to speak on the behalf of the Most High. And the things that he approves of, he's going to be able to put that seal to it. Therefore, it's just as good as if the Most High put his seal to it. That's what that means. All right? And that's the book of Haggai. We spoke a little bit about Zechariah in the book of Haggai, and I just wanted to read a little bit because I want you to know that all these books all tie together. Ezra, Nehemiah, Zerubbabel, the book of Zechariah, the book of Haggai the prophet, the book of Amos. Oh man, so many of them. It's at least like 7 or 8 books. The Chronicles, Jeremiah, Isaiah, the Kings. All these books all tied together based on the story of Ezra. Here we go. In the 9th month, in the 2nd year of Darius, the word of the Most High came to the prophet Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, the son of Iddu, saying, the Most High was very angry with your fathers. Therefore say unto them, and so far, family, you didn't hear anything about idolatry. Everything was about how we were treating one another, how we treated the Almighty, the mind state we were in and willingness to give to the Creator so that we can produce something great in the name of the Most High. Pretty much the same things that a lot of us are doing today after we separated from idolatry. The Most High was very angry with your fathers. Therefore say to them, thus declares the Most High of hosts, return unto me, saith the Most High of hosts, and then I will return to you, saith the Most High of hosts. He says to us, do not be like your fathers, to whom the former prophets cried out. Thus saith the Most High of hosts, return from your evil ways and from your evil deeds, but they did not hear or pay attention to me, declares the Most High. Will you heed the warning? Or will you also ignore the Most High as he speaks to you and says to you, instructs you on the proper way for you to live? Will you keep looking at the man and not seeing the message? Will you keep looking at the people or the individual that's trying to teach you or help you and not seeing what the word of the Most High is? Because as long as you keep doing that, you're being distorted. You're not being able to fulfill or hear what the Most High's message is. The book of Ezra, chapter 5, verse 2. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, Yahushua, the son of Jedok, arose and began to rebuild the house that is in Jerusalem, and the prophets of Ha Elohim were with them, supporting them. This is what Ezra was going through. Now, while you're not reading all of this in the book of Ezra, we read it in the book of Haggai, the difficult times that Ezra was being faced with the people. Selfishness, envy, strife, no one wanting to help each other, people only worried about themselves, people wasn't offering properly like they should. And Ezra would cry and pray when he heard these things. And plus a lot of other sins that people was living that we have not touched on yet. And at the same time, Tatanai, the governor of the province beyond the river of Shaboth, Bazor, and their associates came to them and spoke to them thus. Let's read on. We're going to move on. Let's go down to chapter 7. You can read all that other stuff in your own time. It will get you up to speed. But we're going to pick up on chapter 7. Now, just for the people to know, chapter 6, in Ezra chapter 6, was 70 years, was 100 and something years after the time of Isaiah. I think it was 150 after the time of prophet Isaiah. And the prophet Jeremiah, a little bit less. But we had been in Babylon for 70 years. We came out of Babylon and over 100 years have passed in this time frame that we've been out. Right now, the book of Ezra, the first book of Ezra was within that first Exodus that we took. It stopped at the 6th chapter. And now the 2nd chapter, we're going to read the next part. If you notice, Darius was king in the last chapter. Now we're dealing with the king called Artaxerxes. Artaxerxes was the next king who lived during the time, and this is the man that's supposed to marry, what's her name? Hadassah, Esther. This was supposed to have been during the lifetime of Hadassah, Hadassah, Mordecai's niece. During that time of her life is what they're supposed to have been. Or cousin. I think it's a cousin. So we're picking up, and the story is the difference between chapter 6 and chapter 7, if I'm not mistaken, is about 50 years. So Ezra had been ascribed to the people, and a high priest, he had already retired from his priesthood, and now Yeshua has taken over. But Ezra now almost 50 years later, we're reading about the next level of them uniting the kingdom and building the house, the walls, and the city back up that was rededicated back to the Most High. But what does that show? The simple fact that we're dealing with 50 years later and we still have not completed the task, it shows that we got a problem deep inside of ourselves. And it has been here for a very long time. We have a difficulty remaining loyal to any one task, to dedicating our existence. Most of us, look at your life right now, most of us, we all spread out all over the place, handling so many different things that one thing almost never completely comes into its fullness because we all over the place. Same thing with our forefathers. From chapter 6 of Ezra to chapter 7 is almost 50 years lifespan. Almost. And we still haven't achieved all the things that we set out to achieve. We still having the same issues over and over and over. Well, we need to begin to look at this as a genetic defect, and we must begin to correct this by remaining loyal and disciplined to the thing until the thing is completed. Then we can move on. Now, chapter 7 starts off with this. Now, after this, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra, the son of Shariah, son of Azariah, son of Hilkiah. Now, when I read this, I had to go do some research. And what I found out was that Ezra and prophet Jeremiah are related. I never knew that. This caused me to go back and do some research. Now, Hilkiah is prophet Jeremiah's father or grandfather, one or the other. And one of the other sons of Hilkiah is the lineage where Ezra come out of. That's why Ezra could be high priest, because Jeremiah could have been high priest, because his father was a priest. You follow me? So they were related, and I just found that out during this reading. The son of Hilkiah, son of Shulum, son of Zadok, son of Ahitub, son of Amariah, son of Azariah, son of Meroah, son of Zeraha, son of Uzi, son of Buki, son of Bashua, son of Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aharon, the chief priest. You follow me? Ezra was related to Yirmiyahu, prophet Jeremiah. And they were both of the priestly lineage. They wasn't just Levites, they were priests. There's a difference. This Ezra went up from Babylon. He was a scribe. Now watch this. He was a scribe, learned in the laws of Moshe. That the Most High, Ha Elohim of Israel, had given. And the king granted him all that he asked, from the hand of the Most High, his Elohim, was on him. Now, let me repeat that. Ezra was a scribe of Torah. He was a student of Torah. He studied, he learned, he lived Torah. He didn't just teach it, he lived it. Because Ezra lived Torah, when he approached the king saw his whole lifestyle and granted him all that he had previously asked the Creator to give to him. Now, had Ezra been half-heartedly doing this walk of life, has Ezra just been an Israelite by name and name alone, then it's almost impossible for him to have received the favor of the king. But because of the lifestyle that Ezra lived, our text said found favor because of the Most High's blessing. He had no issue in giving Ezra the things that he required. Now, how many people do you know in your lifestyle today would show you favor because they trust you, because they have never known you to be a liar, because they know you live in a conviction where you worship someone or something that's greater than yourself, and that you would rather do without than to deceive them? How many people feel that way about you and your life? Because that's how we're supposed to be doing it. When people begin to see that, whether they like you or not is one thing, but the honesty that the person feels for you because you walk in your integrity humbly before the Most High, they see that. That's your testimony to them because of how you walk before the Creator. Your children, your wives, your husband, your friends, they see how you walk before the Most High. They saw that in Ezra, the king. People talked to the king about the good deeds of Ezra, how for Ezra from his youth had been working and serving the Creator of all creation from his youth. So they had nothing but high, good, mighty things to say about him. Therefore, the king had no issue giving him what the Most High had requested for the king to give. And there went up also to Jerusalem in the 7th year, our text said, the king, some of the people of Israel and some of the priests and the Levites, the singers and the gatekeepers and the temple servant. And Ezra came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, which was in the 7th year of the king. For on the first day of the 1st month, he began to go up from Babylon. And on the first day of the 5th month, he came to Jerusalem. Now watch this. On the first day of the 1st month, he began to go to Babylon, from Babylon. So he began his journey on the first day of the 1st month. That's when he started walking to Jerusalem. And he didn't get to Jerusalem until the first day of the 5th month. 5 months walking, focused, on a mission, on a journey, staying on his path. How many of us are that determined with anything in life? Most of us are not even that determined with our jobs. We get up every morning, oh man, I can't wait to get off this job. I can't wait till the day. You're doing it with the wrong spirit. I don't want to do this, but I'm being forced to do it. Find another way to see why you get up every morning. Find some joy in why you do what you do in your life. Find another way to project it. See, Ezra had to remain focused, and all Ezra saw was the great works that he was about to do for the people of the Most High. That's why he was able to walk 5 months to get where he had to go. How many of us would even take the time to walk and to focus and work on one subject for 5 months diligently, let alone to put your body through the physical stress that Ezra physically put his body through to get to where he said he needs to be? 5 months walk, a journey for 5 months, and he never lost focus. He could have got halfway and said, man, I'm hearing all this bad stuff about these people. I ain't going there. I'm going to stay right here, open shop over here where I'm at, wherever he was at, before he got to Jerusalem. But he did not allow his mind to sway. Ezra was so loyal to the Most High that if he allowed his mind to sway, he wouldn't have nowhere for his mind to go, because he don't know nothing but the Most High. I can't wait till my people get in that position when we only know the Most High and the Most High's way. Ezra was a living example for us. He walked 5 months staying focused. How long can we stay focused? You got people say they with you, they last in a year, 2 years, 3 years at the most. They want a divorce. Oh, we got to separate. We got to go our own ways. But you just told me you were with me. You said you loved my eyes. You looked right in my face and said, oh, Prince, I just love your eyes. I ain't never leaving you. We're going to always be together. And 3 years later, here you go. You gone. You out. Oh, I'm no longer happy here. I don't feel like you putting my knees in front of everything else. I got to go. I want a divorce. Well, scriptures never said you had to be happy. And brothers, let me tell you, if your woman get up enough courage and heart to ask you to let her go, do not hesitate. Let her go. Because if you hesitate and you don't let her go and you start talking about, I don't want you to go nowhere, that woman is going to end up violating the laws of the Creator just to get away from you. So if you really love her, help her to not violate the laws of the Most High and let her go. Give her a bill. And plus, besides that, she'll make your life miserable. Women know how to do what women don't know how to do when they want to do it. And if you don't give them what they're asking for and they want to be free, they will make your life miserable. So give them their freedom if that's what they like. Okay. For on the first day of the first month, he began to go up to Babylonia. And on the first day of the first month, he came to, on the 5th month, he came to Jerusalem. For the good hand of his Most High was on him. And let me share something with y'all. Ezra ain't by himself. He had 200 and something people with him. But I also want y'all to know this, that he also had jewels. He also had gold. He had silver. He had bronze. He had a whole lot of valuable things. But it's going to say something about Ezra was a proudful man, which meant that he was proud and boasting on the Most High. He went to the king and talked to the king and said, King, we got to get up out of here. But he was too afraid to ask the king for protection. The king gave him all those jewels that was taken by Nebuchadnezzar out of the house. He gave them all them jewels. But when they saw all them jewels and those wealth, he didn't ask the king for protection. He set up priests to guard the thing, because he didn't want to look at like, oh, well, we want to be free from the kingdom. We want to be sovereign. We want to be in our own strength and our own power, but we still need you to protect us. No, that's not how you do it. Just like when your children say they want to leave your house, and I'm not talking about on the good terms. I'm talking about they just sneaking out in the middle of the night, talking about they got to go. They got to leave so they can go live somewhere else by themselves. They don't have that option to come back no more. You snuck out, you walked out, you ran out, you left. So you stay gone. You follow me? They don't have that option to do that unless you decide to give them that option. So when they take it upon themselves to do so, then you have to do that. The children of Israel wanted to be free. We said, King, we getting out, we going. So how will he have felt if we said, we want to leave, but we need you to guard us because we got all this money and somebody might rob us and knock us upside the head? That shows that we're not in position to govern ourselves. So Ezra wasn't about to ask the king for any protection, because he had to show the king that we, the children of Israel, are able to govern ourselves. Just like right now, we got so many people speaking on our behalf about we need our sovereignty. Well, how are we going to get our sovereignty when we can't prove to them that we need our own government, that we can run our own government, that we're responsible for self? We have no established government right here. We don't. And that's sad. But we need to create one. We need to build a government within a government so that when that time comes, government is already established. There is no system out here that I know of right now that I would respect, and that's in the Israelite kingdom, because the people are so wishy-washy. They do favors for friends, and that's not how it's supposed to be. One law and one statute for all. For on the first day of the first month began he to come up from Babylon, and on the first day of the 5th month he came to Jerusalem, for the good hand of his Elohim was upon him. For Ezra had set his heart to study. What did he do? He had set his heart to study the law of Most High and to do it. So Ezra didn't just study it. He did what I said earlier in the lesson. It's one thing to read the law, but it's another thing to do it. And Ezra didn't just read the law. Ezra studied the law. He studied the law and he did it. It was his lifestyle. It's how he lived. He was somebody that could be trusted. If you had $2 million and you had to go away for a little while to somewhere, Ezra was one of the ones you can put that $2 million under his pillow, tell him it's there, and go about your business. And your grandchildren can come back and say, hey, Ezra, remember that $2 million that my grandfather gave you? I'm going to need that now. And it's there. Because that's the type of man Ezra was. And that's the type of man we should be today, to live in our integrity. So he didn't just teach the law. He didn't just read the law. He just wasn't a student of the law. He did the law. And to teach his statutes and rules in Yisrael. See, he took a job upon himself, or he was blessed with the knowledge and blessed with the position to be an overseer of the people. So Ezra, who was a scribe, actually sat in a position of force and power amongst the people. This is a copy of the letter that King Xerxes gave to Ezra the priest. The scribe, a man learned in matters of communication of the commandments of the Most High and his statutes for Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, to Ezra, the priest. That alone speaks volumes about Ezra. We got a record right here, a recorded record of where a king wrote a letter to a priest, and they were on different spectrums of religion. Ezra worshiped the Almighty. Artaxerxes practiced Zoroastrianism. You know, two different spectrums of life. What's that? Asma. What's that deity that his fathers worshipped? Mazda, something Mazda. I forget. It's always hard for me to remember right offhand the name of that deity. Ahura Mazda. As our text said, worship Ahura Mazda, and his forefathers worship Ahura Mazda. They practiced Zoroastrianism. He was a king of kings, our text said. But now Ezra was a servant of the Most High. He worshiped the Creator. Them two powers ain't got nothing to do with each other. But yet that king wrote a letter to King of Kings. The King of Kings wrote a letter to Ezra, who was a priest of the nation of Israel. That within itself speaks volume of how powerful Ezra was and the respect that Ezra had. And watch what he says in this letter. He says peace. He starts off with shalom. He starts off with shalom. Why did I bring that out? Oh, Gemar. He's saying Gemar. Gemar must be a form of peace. He ain't say shalom. He said peace, Gemar. And I have to look that up, Gemar. I have to look that up. And now I make a decree that any one of the people of Yisrael or their priests, or the Levites of my kingdom, who freely offers to go to Jerusalem, may go with you. He gave lead to anybody that wants to leave Babylon to go to Jerusalem with Ezra, they can go. And he would make it so that the people could go. Verse 14. For you are sent by the king and his 7 counselors to make inquiries about Judah and Jerusalem according to the law of your Elohim, which is in your hand, and also to carry the silver and gold that the king and his counselors have freely offered to the power of Israel, whose dwelling is in Jerusalem. Now he's confessing about the glory and the power and the might of the Most High King. And he also confesses it's a pagan who's also confessing that the Most High's dwelling is in Jerusalem. With all the silver and gold, the word for gold in Hebrew is zahav. The word for silver in Hebrew is kesef. That you shall find in the whole province of Babylon, and with the freewill offerings of the people and the priests, vowed willingly. How was that offering done? Willingly, as we've been teaching all day. Will you willingly come before the Most High? Will you willingly offer unto the Most High? And the freewill offerings of the people and the priests vowed willingly for the house of their Elohim. That is in Jerusalem. With this money, when you shall with all diligence buy bulls, rams, lambs, their grain offerings, and their drink offerings. So he gave instructions to Ezra what he's supposed to do with the money. This free will offering that Ezra was getting from his people, the king's people, and Ezra's people, he gave Ezra instructions what to do with that money. But after he gave him instructions what to do with the money, he gave him further instructions what he can do with the access of the money. With this money, then you shall with all diligence buy bulls, rams, and lambs, with their grain offerings and their drink offerings, and you shall offer them on the altar of the house of your Elohim that is in Jerusalem. Whatever seems good to you and your brothers to do with the rest of the kesef and the zahab, you may do, according to the will of your Elohim. Elohim. Let me point something out to you. The king said, I don't want a dime of this. Matter of fact, you can take some of mine and add to it. When he said take some of the offerings from the people, that was some of the king's money. And add to it. The king never questioned how much money Ezra raised or what Ezra was going to do with the money. He gave Ezra complete authority to do whatever he wanted to do with the kesef. That meant, I want you to portion out this much, and then wherever you see best, after you've met all those needs, wherever you see best for the money to go, that's where it goes. That was deep. That was deep. That is true trust and respect from one man to another man. Something that's lost in the nations today. People donate $1,000 to the school, $5,000 to the school, $600 to the school, or even $50 to the school. We are grateful, and we hold it in high esteem that you would trust us enough with your donations. Sister Virtuous Woman says, I was studying Zoroastrianism last week. I learned zeros are heathenistics as well, because they believe in other demigods too. And they believe in Angra, Mania, and the evil mighty ones. Okay. This is one of the most ancient religions. Yes, it is. It's one of the most ancient religions. Says, be careful about what you read and what you're studying. You know, to the making of many books, there will be no end. But you keep that research and keep your mind strong. And that's what I respect about you the most. Keep on reading, keep learning, but just be careful and mindful of what you're reading. And before you read any book and every book, always ask the Creator for protection before you read these books, because all these books carry spirits. And if you read something with a spirit that's too hard, too powerful, your spirit, it will consume you. So therefore, ask the Most High for his protection when you're reading up on these things like different religions and ancient religions and whatever else you might be reading about. Always ask the Most High for his protection, because you'd be surprised how you can do certain things to yourself. And our text said, the king made a decree to all the treasures in the providence before the river. What he's talking to all the people that owe him money, that he rules over. Whatever Ezra the priest, the scribe of the laws of the Most High of heaven, requires of you, let it be done with all diligence. So while Ezra was walking his way, if he stopped to this town and say, hey, this is what we need, they better give it up. That's the king coming down on them. Up to 100 talents of silver, 100 cores of wheat, 100 baths of wine, 100 baths of oil, and salt without prescribing how much. Whatever is decreed by the hand of High Elohim of heaven, let it be done in full for the house of High Elohim of heaven, lest his wrath be against the realm of the king and his sons, who also notify you that it shall not be lawful to impose tribute, customs, or toll on any one of the priests, the Levites, the singers, the doorkeepers, the temple servants, or other servants of the house of his Elohim. The people couldn't even tax him for passing through their city. Couldn't even tax him. And if he asked them for anything, they was commanded to give to them. How do you think this king felt about Ezra? He had a lot of respect for Ezra. Because even if the Most High tells you something, he never said the Most High told him all that. But the Most High, through Ezra's prayer, heard Ezra's prayer and put everything upon the king's heart. And then the king, recognizing how honest of a man Ezra is, gave him a little extra. And it's the beauty of this. You walking in your fullness, the Most High will make your enemies humble themselves before you. And you, Ezra, according to the wisdom of your Elohim that is in your hand, appointed magistrates and judges who may judge all the people in the province beyond the river, and all such know the laws of High Elohim. Ezra was given power by the king, not just by the creator, but also by the king in that time to rule over his people. That's like Trump coming down here to Prince Kez and say, hey, you're the king of Israel. You go do this to the people. And whatever you say, whoever you set up to be priests, they priests. Whoever you set up to be governors, ministers, or to help you in this process, that's who they are. And they should be recognized as that throughout the country from this day on. That's be some powerful moves. But that's how the Most High works. And those who do not know them, you shall teach. Whoever will not obey the laws of your Elohim and the laws of the king, let judgment be strictly executed upon them, whether for death or for the banishment or for confiscation of their goods or imprisonment. So you have to have power. You have to be able to inflict some type of punishment upon the people that you're ruling over. And if you're not able to inflict some type of punishment to make them obey whatever your commandment is, you need to shut your mouth and sit down, because there's nothing you can do about it. Here, the king had all authority and power on earth to do such a thing. And those who do not know them, you shall teach. Ezra chapter 7, verse 27. Blessed be the Most High, the Elohim of Yisrael, our Father, who put such a thing as this into the mind of the king, to beautify the house of the Most High that is in Jerusalem, and who extended to me his steadfast love before the king and his counselors, and before all the king's mighty officers. I took courage, for the hand of my Elohim was on me, and I gathered leading men from Israel to go up with me. Do you know what's important about that chapter I just read? With all that power and all that might that was given to Ezra, his head never got big. He gave all that glory to the Most High. You put that power in the hands of a man today, he starts thinking about what he did, how great and mighty he is, how powerful he is. Ezra never did that. Ezra took and gave all glory to El Shaddai, El Elyon, El Elohim. That's what he did. He said, blessed be the Most High, the Elohim of our fathers, who put such a thing as this into the hearts of the king, to beautify the house of Ha Elohim Yotzer, our master, that is in Jerusalem, and who extended to me his steadfast love before the king and his counselors, and before all the king's mighty officers. He says, I took courage, for the hand of the Most High, my Elohim, was upon me, and I gathered leading men from Israel to go up with me. Ezra did a powerful thing. Ezra did a wise thing. Ezra was sure enough blessed by the Most High to do what Ezra is doing. Too many of us today, we can't prove that the Most High is with us. Why? Because we're doing what everybody else doing. There's really none of us that's set apart. There's none of us that the Most High has raised up separate from the others, where everybody can emphatically say the Most High is with that man, or that's the man right there. You have to find that space in your own heart by searching out different individuals and saying, this brother right here is about the Most High's way. But you just can't do that by coming to a class and listening. You got to spend time in the life of that man. You got to spend time with that man. And even in that, you have to have interactions, and that man needs to be tested for you to verify that the Most High is truly with this man. Not because he got a couple of dollars, because he got a little bit of wealth don't mean nothing. You know, that don't mean anything. There's a lot of wicked men that you know are bona fide, wicked, evil men that got, as a matter of fact, wealth comes with the gain for wicked men on that level. So wealth has nothing to do with it. It's the man's integrity inside of his heart. It's how the man walks before the Most High and how he walks before the Most High's people. Is this man willing to help? When you're in a situation and you're down and you're out and this man is he willing to help? You know, is he willing to try to find a way to make things happen for you in the midst of darkness and chaos? Is he willing? Because if he is, then he's the one. At least he's headed in the right direction. Let's go back to the scriptures. These are the heads of their fathers' houses, and this is the genealogy of those who went up with me from Babylon in the reign of Arphaxad the king, of the sons of Phinehas. Now, who is Phinehas' father? Anybody know who Phinehas' father is? Anybody know who Phinehas' father is? So many of our folks dive into these books and sometimes get led astray. Let the Most High be magnified above all things. Absolutely. Phinehas' father was Aharon. Aharon was the father of Phinehas. He was a high priest. Yes, he was a high priest. Oh, yes, sis, we know that your books is only, we're not in question about that. We know that you deal with the Torah and the Torah only. That's not our issue. I think that what they're saying is, what the sister is saying is, just be careful about the making of many books. There'll be no end. Whether it's online or whatever it's on, knowledge is knowledge. Spirit has a ways of traveling through knowledge. Just be, as you said, you do already. Just ask the Most High for protection as you do your research, as you learn these things. And it's good for you to know this information. That way, when I start spilling, you can travel with me. Because a lot of people get lost when I start spilling real information and it ain't so common. They get lost. But if you studying and you reading and you up on things, you can travel right with me. And sometimes even bring correction when something comes out of my mouth that my mind didn't mean to say, but my mouth said, like eating oysters. That's not what my mind meant to say, but my mouth said oysters, and you caught it, and you say, "Hey, Prince, oysters?" Nah, oyster mushrooms was what we meant to say, but you caught it. May the Most High be praised. So keep on point. Keep on point. Do not be discouraged. Of the sons of Phinehas, Gershom. Of the sons of Ithamar, Daniel. Of the sons of Dawid, Atush. No, you ain't said nothing wrong, Mr. Otter. Of the sons of Shechaniah, who was the sons of Peros, Zechariah, with whom were registered 150 men. Of the sons of Paeth Moab, Elionoi, the sons of Zariah, and with him 200 men. That's right, iron sharpens iron. Of the sons of Adim, Ebed, the sons of Jehonathan, and with him 50 men. Of the sons of Elam, of the sons of Elam, of the sons of Elam, Yeshaiah, the son of Athaliah. Wow, Athaliah. Why did I stop at Athaliah? I stopped at Athaliah and I prayed, maybe I'm wrong in this instance, but I didn't know of a man named Athaliah. I knew of a queen named Athaliah who was a wicked queen, but I don't think that that's what they're talking about. I don't think that's what they're talking about. And with him the 70 men. Of the sons of Shephatiah, Zebediah, the sons of Mikael, the sons of him 80 men. And the sons of Joab, Obadiah, the sons of Hiel, and with him 218 men. Of the sons of Bani, Shemosmith, Shelomith, the sons of Josephah, and with him 160 men. Of the sons of Bebai, Zechariah, the sons of Bebai, and with him 28 men. Of the sons of Azgad, Yohanan, the son of Hakatan, and with him 110 men. Of the sons of Adonikim, those who came later, their names being Eliphet, Ephelit, Uel, and Shemaiah, and with them 60 men. Of the sons of Bigba, Uthai, and Zachor, and with him 70 men. He has a lot of men rocking with him. And from the Levites, I gather them into the rivers that run to Ahava. Ahava is love. And there were camped 3 days as I reviewed the people. As I reviewed the people and the priests, I found there none of the sons of Levi. Then I sent for Eleazar, Ariel, Shemaiah, Elnathan, Yarib, Elnathan, Nathan, Zechariah, and Meshullam, leading men from Joab and Elnathan, who were men of insight. And that holds true to the Elnathan we know today. And sent them to Iddu, the leading men at the place Casaphia, telling them what to say to Iddu and his brothers, and to the temple servant in the place Cassiphia. namely to send us ministers for the house of our Elohim. And by the good hand of our Elohim upon us, they brought us a man of discernment, of the sons of Mahi, of the sons of Levi, of the sons of Israel, namely Shemabiah, in whose son and kingsmen, and also Hashabiah, and with him Yeshaiah of the sons of Merari, with him kinsmen and their sons 20, besides 220 of the temple servants whom Dawid and his officials had set apart to attend the Levites. These were all mentioned by name. Attending the Levites mean that there were certain men that were responsible for making sure the Levites had what they needed. And Dawid had established that. May the Most High be praised. All right. Then I proclaimed, watch Ezra, then I proclaimed a fast there at the river Ahawa, that we might humble ourselves. See, this is what righteous men think of. Ways to purify our souls, that we will be right before the Most High. He said, I proclaimed a fast there at the river Ahawa, that we might humble ourselves before our Elohim, to seek him a safe journey for ourselves and our children and all of our goods. He says, for I was ashamed to ask the king for a band of soldiers and horsemen to protect us against the enemies of our way, since we had told the king that the hand of the Most High is on us for good. All who seek him, and the power in his wrath is against all who forsake him. So we fasted and we implored our Ha-Elohim for this, and he listened to our entreaty. That's deep. Ezra said he was too ashamed to ask the king for any help. So him and the brothers, they got together, they fasted, and they prayed to the Most High for protection. And the Most High heard, and the Most High gave. He protected them. How do you feel telling this nation, we don't need y'all to rule over us, we can rule ourselves? The Most High is our guide. And then the first month that we try to rule ourselves, we end up trying to kill each other. Excuse me. How would you feel? That would mean that you really needed the oppressor's hand to be upon you in order for you to have some type of some kind of order or structure about yourself. And we don't. Right now, we have no other choice because we're not organized and structured here first to be able to have true freedom and true sovereignty to govern ourselves. These are the things that the Most High is waiting for us to put in order. Real brotherhood, real true government, real true spiritual leaders, people who are going to sacrifice for the people. Then I set apart 12 of the leading priests, Sherebiah, Hashabah, and 10 of their kinsmen with them. And I weighed out to them the silver and the gold and the vessels, the offering for the house of our Elohim, that the king and his counselors and his lords and all Israel there present had offered. Do y'all see what he just did? He picked out a man that he felt he could trust, that had the Spirit of the Most High, in his opinion, upon him. And all that gold and silver that he was entrusted with, he gave to that man and the 10 men that was with him. So therefore, he had men that he respected on the same level that he was respected. Do you see what I mean about the circle you keep? How many men do you have right now in your circle that you're affiliated with that you can call and give $10 million to and expect that $10 million to be there for the next 5 years when you call them, when you come calling? And if you don't come calling, your grandchildren come calling, that $10 million still sitting there. How many men can you look at and say that about in this lifetime? And it's because a lot of our men don't walk after the Most High. They play it. Not enough of us has the desire and the passion to please this king. But this ain't forever, just something temporary. Because we're going to prove and manifest that those type of men are still in the midst of us today. We're going to prove and manifest that we got those type of women right by our side right now. That we can put 2,000, 3,000, 50, 100 million in their hands right now, and they won't touch a dime of it, except maybe what's allotted for them to touch, and won't go over. Matter of fact, they add to it from the profits they make from their portion. That's some powerful stuff. May the Most High be praised. That's the type of relationship that we have to have with each other in order for us to be successful in this day and time. Because the time is coming right now, family, where we're going to be forced together. We're going to be forced to trust in each other, to walk with each other. If we don't build those trusting relationships right now, what's going to happen when the wall collapses? And you ain't got nowhere else to go and nobody else to turn to and nothing to eat. You're not going to be welcomed. That's what is going to happen. And you will starve to death out there in the streets because nobody can trust you because you didn't work on building your trust with others. Therefore, you are untrustworthy. We need each other, but we need to start building that trust right now. That's why on my platform, the platform that I get to serve on, your platform right here at Beulah Land and Temple Kefarim, that's why I have no problem shouting out another brother or sister that I see that might be doing good works. Have no problem, but you won't get that from a lot of people. You won't get that type of attitude from a lot of people. But we have to change the condition of our minds so that we see each other as a benefit and not a hurt person. How can I say a deficit to our nature and to our development? We see how this person can contribute to the community as opposed to taking away from the community. And sometimes all it needs is a little fine tweaking. You know, say something good about a brother. And sometimes that's all that brother needed to hear. And he's all up on you and all helping you and all talking to you and reaching out to you. That's the way that it is sometimes. And that's how we build this house. I met a brother that I think I'm going to have a good love affair with. His name is Azaria from California. Brother named Azaria, all the way out in California. And when we talk, the brother just opens up. I wanted the brother to come on today to share a portion of his experience that he shared with me. I don't know if he's here. If he is, give me a 1 or 2 or a shout out some kind of way, bro. So I know you're here. So later on, I can bring you in so you can explain to the family what you explained to me about how the Most High brought you into this way. Brother had a great, wonderful story. And we met not by circumstance, not by chance. The Most High orchestrated it to take place that way. And we talked for at least a good hour or so, almost every time we spoke. He's a good brother. From what I see right now, he's a good brother. I would like to come spend some time with him and I get to find out a little bit more. Have him spend some time with me. We get to find out so much more about each other. But as far as I can see, right, even his greetings on a respectful level, honorable level, a spirit-felt level, you know, even his greetings, he don't just say shalom. He come off with a whole blessing for you. And it's a beautiful thing. So may the Most High be with that brother. And if he's not here, you know, if it's meant to be, it's going to be. And I'm definitely going to invite it if it's meant to be. And whatever the Most High has in store, let the Most High's will be done. That's where I'm at. Then I set a 12, Ezra 8 and 24. Then I set apart 12 of the leading priests. Okay, we read that already. He weighed out the gold and we're going down to 28. Ezra 8 and 28. And I said to them, you are holy to the Most High. Now that's one man calling a group of men set apart, calling a group of men holy. Have you ever heard that from another man, my brother, that you're holy? My sister, have you ever heard that from another man that you are holy, that they respect the work that the Most High is doing through you? Have you ever heard that? Do you know what that feeling feels like to have somebody outside of yourself acknowledge that you're a righteous man, that you're on the right path, that you are with the Most High is with you? Have you ever held that, felt that spirit? Have you ever incorporated that spirit in your personality? Because that's what Ezra just did with those 2 men. I mean, those 11 men. He said, you are holy. And vessels are holy. And the silver and the gold are a freewill offering to the Most High. And Elohim, high Elohim of your fathers, guard them and keep them until you weigh them before the chief priests and the Levites, the heads of the father's house in Yerushalayim in Israel, within the chambers of the house of the Most High. So the priests, the Levites, took over the weight of the silver, the gold, and the vessels to bring them to Jerusalem, to the house of our Elohim. Let me tell you the wisdom in what Ezra just did. Remember, Ezra is the leader of the people at this time. He got a whole lot of responsibility. He can't sit there and just watch the gold all day and the silver and the queso. He can't just sit there and watch. He has other things to do to make sure that we get to our destination, to make sure that we eat every day, make sure we drink every day, make sure that we have shelter. See, that's what leadership does. Leadership will assign a portion of the task to another part while he takes on the majority of the leadership role. But with good leadership, you have good men to walk with him. You have to have that. If you got a good leader and he's the only one involved, something's wrong with that picture. Other men should be set up under him that are just as qualified to run their own show, but yet they're incorporated all that time for the people as opposed to just running out there trying to start their own stuff. That's when we weaken the nation. We don't understand that. When you got powerful men walking together that respect leadership, which means that I know Ezra is the head, but I'm able to do all that Ezra do, but I'm going to take on this task under Ezra's leadership, and I'm going to just deal with the people right here like Ezra gave me and commanded me to do. That's power. And that's what causes a nation to grow. But what do we do today? Oh, I walked underneath of this brother for such and such time. I don't need that brother no more. I'm going to go ahead and start my own thing. Weakening the chain. We don't see that. We could have kept the strength in that chain. And we could have kept that strength by working together. And that individual who has the ability and the power to do things, do all that under the auspices of that king or that leader. That's how we become so much better. But in our minds today, everybody want to do their own thing because we don't have the same understanding. We don't all agree on everything. And plus, my ways is different from his ways, so I want to do it this way. Well, let me ask you, my brother, my sister, this is what I want to ask you. What group of people do you know that all think the same? What group of people do you know, I'm talking about our people, that all walk and everything they say and do, they all agree on? I don't know anybody like that. The key is you find the things that you do agree on and you build from there. And that key that we all agree on is at the Most High. He requires for us to keep his law. And that's where we start. And we build from there. And we shall grow an empire that will be impenetratable if everybody respect law, order, and discipline and the chain of command. When you don't respect the chain of command, then you have an issue. Then you have a problem. Well, I like Prince, but Prince wanted us to keep the Shabbat from Friday night till Saturday night. And I disagree with that. So I got to go start my own class and I got to teach this way to the people. And that's not right. That's not how we're going to get strong. That's not how we're going to conquer. That's not how we're going to do this. That's not how we're going to achieve. And as long as we got all these different chiefs around here, we're going to have another problem because the Europeans, they see this and they say there's no order and structure in Israel. So let us pick who we pick and let us make him an infiltrator to misguide the people. And the people will go because there'll be a lot of people at his place. And they will go because they like going where they see a lot of people just for the sake of being in the audience of a lot of people. When you really break it down, what is they feeding you? How are they giving you? It's an illusion. The Most High is not even there. They don't even know the laws. There's nothing, it's empty, it's a void there. But yet thousands and thousands of people are flocking to it because it's really backed by the government. And the government knows how to get your involvement. The government knows how to make something excel. What I'm really saying is we can do all this without the government. We can do it on our own. It's just that men have to learn to work together with men. We can't just always be running, looking, open our own thing, do our own thing, be the head and the leader for the public to see. That's not the way it's supposed to be. We can't do it that way. We will all suffer and perish. We're actually holding up our own elevation by doing so. We need to reverse that curse and cause it to be a blessing. And the only way we're going to reverse that curse and cause it to be a blessing is to do the opposite of what we've been doing for so long. Then we departed from the river Ahab on the 12th day of the first month to go to Jerusalem, to the hand of our Elohim, Ha Elohim, was on us. And he delivered us from the hand of the enemy and from the ambushes by the way. So it's not, and I want you to pay attention to that, they prayed to the Most High for protection. And the Most High brought them through those ambushes and the hand of the adversary that was in there, the enemy. The Most High brought them through. So it's not that people didn't try them. The people that tried them wasn't successful. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the Most High is with you today. And don't think that because the Most High is with you, you're not going to have difficult times. You will have difficult times, but it's how the Most High brings you through those difficult times because you trust him to bring you through. That's the reward. Your marriage is not, it doesn't say your marriage is not going to go through a hard time and suffer. Your marriage can go through a hard time and suffer, but how the Most High brings you through because you're determined to see your marriage to be successful, that's the reward. When you come out on the other end, unscathed and more in love and more caring and providing and all the things you're supposed to be more than you ever were. That's the reward. So it doesn't mean that you won't have hard times of no job or low income. It doesn't mean all those things. It means as long as you remain diligent, don't do no drugs, don't do nothing to prohibit you from getting working in your best mind that you could possibly be in. The Most High will give you thoughts, craftiness, ideals, and ways to make an income and a living for you and your family. But don't give him a reason to let you remain unemployed and unemployable. Don't give him a reason. Give the Most High every reason to use you, and he will make you great. And he's right. My brother says somebody told him that he ain't like everybody else around here. And whoever told you that was right. That's why I can't wait to hold your hand, bro. So we can start doing this thing the way it's supposed to be done. Because I know you got a special spirit there within you. And may the Most High continue to cause it to grow and to prosper and to unify so that you can put those great ideals and those great powers that he blessed you with and that special spirit that he gave you so you can begin to put it to work in a more concentrated way. Not that you're not working it now, but on a higher level, greater level, more powerful level than what you even imagine. Sometimes you just got to be honest with people and tell them the greatness that exists within them that you see. Because everybody don't do that. Some people see greatness in you and envy you for your greatness. Some people won't like that about you. They see you and they avoid your company because you're great. They see your greatness and they don't have it and they're upset about it because they want it to be them. Everybody that's your enemy is not your enemy because of something you've done to them. A lot of people are your enemies because they envy you. They're jealous of you. So all I can say is keep blowing smoke, keep being a servant of the Most High, and keep doing what you do. That's right. Keep doing what you do. Keep pleasing this King. Okay. All right. Are we supposed to take responsibility for the sins of our forefathers passed on to us? Is this the way we return? All right, Aim, let me answer that question. Yes, we ought to take responsibility for the sins of our forefathers. We are supposed to confess our sins, and confess the sins of our forefathers. That's what I mean by taking responsibility. And then once we learn what those sins are while we're confessing, once we know what they are, then we are to do the opposite of what they did or what they have done to disrespect the Creator. If we knew that our forefathers was practicing idolatry, then idolatry should be the very last thing that we practice. If we knew that our forefathers wasn't loving each other the way that the Most High said, then we should be giving all of our attention and time to learning to love each other. We have to reverse whatever it is that we know was sinful by way of our forefathers in the eyes of the Creator, so that we can reverse the curse and become the opposite of what they were. So they were destroyed for that. We want to be blessed. So if we want to be blessed, therefore we got to do the opposite. May the Most High be praised. Holy unto the Most High. You are right, my brother. You are right. So where we at? We're going to start at verse 32. 8 and 32. We came to Jerusalem, and there we remained 3 days. On the 4th day, within the house of our Elohim, the silver and the gold in the vessels was weighed into the hands of Memeroth the priest, son of Uriah, and with him Eleazar, the sons of Phinehas, and with them were the Levites, Josabad, the sons of Yehu, and Obadiah, the sons of Binu. The whole was counted and weighed, and the weight of everything was recorded. And at that time, those who had come from the captivity, the returned exiles, offered burnt offerings to Ha Elohim of Yisrael. 12 bulls for all Yisrael, 96 rams. Now remember, all this was going on in the midst of what Haggai was prophesying about, how wicked the people were. All this was, they would be one way, they would change, they would come back, they would change, they would come back. So Ezra was really going through a whole heap of different emotions from the people. But overall, these are the things that took place. All that was a burnt offering to the Most High, they also delivered the king's commission to the king's satraps and the governors of the provinces beyond the river, and they aided the people in the house of Ha Elohim. After these things had been done, the officials approached me and said, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves. Now watch this. These are the leaders coming to Ezra to tell Ezra these things. And they were the ones who was more guilty than the regular people. The people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the land with their abominations, from the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, now that's an added one, the Egyptians and the Amorites. So we were actually taking on the practices of the people of the land, just like we're doing right now today. You know how many Israelites that wear fringes and keep Torah, supposedly keep Torah, are out right now on a vacation somewhere, shopping, buying food at a market somewhere, spending money on the Shabbat day? Do you know how many Israelites are traveling right now, stopping, buying gas, traveling that they don't have to do? You know how many Israelites right now are sitting in the house chilling and not doing anything, not observing Shabbat, just watching television and playing video games and doing what they want to do and sexing up the house and all types of things, because everybody is not really willing. They all say shalom, shalom, but they're not really to live the life that it needs to be to bring peace into their lives, to serve this king like we're supposed to. For they have taken some of their daughters. Now, we learned these ways that I just got finished speaking about from the people around us, because we intermingle with these people, because we're in the lives of these people. And these people, they having so much fun, and we want to know why we can't experience some of that fun that they're having. We want to know why it ain't happening with us. So what do? We cast the law behind our back, and we do the things that's pleasing to us to bring us satisfaction. A lot of Yisrael traveling today to kill time. Okay. Okay. Well, we see that. For they have taken some of their daughters to be wives for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy race has mingled itself with the peoples of the land. So the people are coming to Ezra saying, the leaders are coming to Ezra saying, a lot of the people have taken and mingled themselves with unclean people. Thereby, the curses that the Most High said would happen has happened, which means that if you give your sons to their daughters and you give their sons to your daughters, that they will turn your people from serving the Most High, and then they will become idolatrous people. They will be practicing evil practices and learning evil and negative customs. Now, you can take that any way you want, but the way that I would like for you to look at it is this. The moment you put your child in daycare, your child is learning from those people. That's why we opened a school, GHA at Temple Kifarim, where we can teach our own children. And we have B'nai HaShalom for all the children that are under school age years. We have that for pre-care so that they can learn in there also. But this key that I'm sharing with you is from the moment you put your child in public school and daycare, and they begin to intermingle with the other children, they're picking up the traits of wicked, evil, idolatrous children. They're picking up the traits of these children and they're bringing them back home. They're picking up these spirits and they're bringing these spirits back home. And those spirits are not being cleansed out of them. Those spirits are being fed within them so they continue to grow as the child grows. Child in junior high school, elementary school, college, and he's still intermingling with the children. If his spirit is not fortified, which means that he's an example for mankind, then he shall be consumed with the spirit of mankind and become more evil as opposed to being righteous. Now, I'm not saying every word that comes out of your child's mouth has to be praise the Most High, but every action that comes out of your child's life should be praise the Most High. Every action that comes out of your child's life should be praise the Most High. Every action. You have to design your child's desires to be thankful that he's alive and grateful that he's alive and appreciative that he's alive. Therefore, knowing that he needs to get back to the one who gave him those things. That's the Creator. You have to make the Creator more important in your child's life than you make food and water and shelter. That's the Creator. And then your child will grow up being mindful of the Most High at all times. But when do you start this? In his youth. You have to teach your child how important the next Israelite brother and sister is to them. And when do you do that? In his youth. We had a celebration for our father who passed away. And all of the children came to the celebration. Some of the children from the school came. And when they saw some of the other school members, they embraced, they ran over, they hugged, they were so happy to see each other. He stay with me all day, that joy. They appreciate each other in such a young age that as they grow, as long as we keep feeding that, then we're going to reverse the curse that we have with this present generation of leadership. As long as we keep feeding that. And that's what's going to happen. All right. For they have taken some of their daughters and given them for themselves for their sons. And so the holy race has mixed itself with the peoples of the land. And in this faithlessness, the hand of the officials and chief men have been foremost. That means that the chief men, the leaders of all of this, has been the ones who was doing it the most. They was doing it worse than everyone else. Then we are not only to acknowledge and confess our sins and the sins of our forefathers, but we are also to take action to repair the breaches within the Most High and our people. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's absolutely right. He says, got to stop sinning in order to repair that breach. The breach comes from sin. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. As soon as I heard this, now this is Ezra, hearing that the people has mixed itself with the people of the land, and that his faithlessness in the land in the hand of the officials, men have been those people who have been set up to teach and lead and guide us, was the first ones who put their hands toward marrying and disrespecting the Creator by taking foreign women. They were the first ones. And as soon as I heard this, says Ezra, I tore my garment and my cloak and pulled hair from my head and my beard, and I sat appalled. Then all who trembled at the words of Ha Elohim of Yisrael, because of the faithfulness of the returned exiles. What did Ezra do? And I want to bring out your attention on this. What did Ezra do when he heard the sins of everybody else? Not his own sins. This ain't a prophet coming to him saying, Ezra, you sinned. This is Ezra hearing about the sins of the people that he's responsible for. So that he ain't wash his hands and say, see, Creator, I didn't do none of that. Get them, because they did it. He didn't do that. The first thing Ezra did, he says, and at the evening sacrifice, I rose from my fasting. Wait a minute. He says, as soon as I heard this, verse 3, as soon as I heard this, he says, I tore my garments and my cloak and pulled off hair from my head and my beard, and I sat appalled. He ripped his clothes, he tore hair from his hair and hair from his beard as a sign of embarrassment to make him shameful. Israelite men didn't like people looking at them with bald spots in their head and bald spots on their beard. They didn't like that. So that was embarrassment. He was embarrassing or humbling himself before the Most High, before all the earth. And he sat appalled, meaning that he began to fast. Then all who trembled at the word of the Most High of Yisrael because of the faithlessness of the returned exiles gathered around me while I sat appalled until the evening sacrifice. All the people that was around him who had a similar spirit. See, if you're going to build something great and something mighty like our forefathers did, the people that are in your circle has to have a similar spirit and reverence for the Almighty. Well, Ezra had that, and that's why he was so successful at what he was doing, because he had those type of like-minded people in that circle. And they all sat and they weep, they moan, they fast until the evening sacrifice. And at the evening sacrifice, I rose from my fasting with my garments and my cloak torn, and fell upon my knees and spread my hands to the power, Ha Elohim, saying, this is Ezra's prayer. Oh Elohim, that means my power. Elohim, I am ashamed and blush to lift my face to you, my Elohim. For our iniquities has risen higher than our heads. Now, Ezra didn't know what was going on. Ezra was oblivious to all these people doing all this wickedness. He didn't know. But when he heard it, he couldn't stop crying. For our iniquities have risen higher than our heads, and our guilt has mounted up to the heavens. From the day our forefathers to this day, we have been in great guilt. And today, Ain Keter, and today, as you have responded, our forefathers, and us are still in great guilt. And our iniquities, and for our iniquities, we, our kings and our priests, have been given into the hand of the kings of the land. And that's why we're here today on this side of the river, because we've been given into the hands of the kings of the land. We've been given to the sword, and we've been given to the captivity. We've been given to the plunder and to the other shame as it is today. Has that changed in the black race today? Did we stop being given to the sword? Did we stop being given to the captivity? Did we stop being plundered? And are we not ashamed today, even as it was yesterday? But now, for a brief moment, favor has been shown by the Most High Elohim to leave us a remnant and to give us a secure hold within his holy place, that our Ha Elohim may brighten our eyes and grant us a little reviving in our slavery, like he was talking to us today. An opportunity, a light, a sanctuary in the land of our captivity is casting some favor upon the people by giving us opportunity to come back to the Most High. This class and classes like this that teach you about the laws of the Most High and say, Yashub, return back to the laws of the Most High. These places are being established to give you a little light unto the Most High. Yet our Elohim has not forsaken us in our slavery, but has extended to us his steadfast love before the king of Persia, to grant us some reviving, to set up the house of our Elohim, to repair its ruins, and to give us protection in Yehuda and Yerushalayim. And now, our Elohim, what shall we say after this? Basically, what Ezra has been saying is that even in our sinful lives, the Most High has been with us. And it's true. He's been protecting us. Sometimes, because the Most High protects us even in our sinful lives, we begin to think that the sinful life we live in is acceptable by the Most High. And that's not the case at all. For we have forsaken your commandments, which he commanded by your servants the prophets, saying, the land that you are entering to take possession of it, is a land impure, with the impurities of the peoples of the land, with their abominations that they have filled it from one end of the earth with their uncleanness. Well, if the Most High, having given them laws and statutes to live by, how is he to judge them? It's because the Most High did give them laws and statutes to a degree. Not like he did with the children of Israel, but they had priests and prophets like King Melchizedek. He was the king of Sodom. He lived in Canaan. So they did have righteous men there that can teach them about the laws of the Most High, but they just didn't take heed, didn't learn, and they lived and did evil and wickedness. Therefore, do not give your daughters to their sons, neither take you daughters for their sons, and never seek their peace or prosperity, that you may be strong and eat the good of the land, and leave it for an inheritance for your children forever. And after all that has come up from us for our evil deeds and for our great guilt, seeing that you, Ha Elohim, Eloheinu, our power, have punished us less than our iniquities deserve, and have given us such a remnant as this. Meaning that the Creator, with all the evil that we've done, we should have been completely annihilated because of our evil. But the Most High had mercy on us, and he didn't make a complete end of us because of our wickedness. The Most High still preserved us, he still blesses us, he still protects us. And we have to recognize that this is a blessing from the Most High. Shall we break your commandments again and intermarry with the people who practice these abominations? Would you not be angry with us until you consumed us, so that there should be no remnant nor any to escape? O Most High, Ha Elohim of Yisrael, you are just, for we are left a remnant that has escaped as it is today. Behold, we are before you in our guilt, for none can stand before you because of this. How many people you know that will be told their sin and then confess their sin and turn from their wicked ways? It's not a lot. But here, the children of Israel, they heard their wickedness and they admitted to their wickedness and they turned. While Ezra prayed and made confession, weeping and casting down himself before the house of Ha Elohim, a very great assembly of men, women, and children gathered to him out of Yisrael, for the people wept bitterly. Our people was crying because of the sins of our forefathers and because of the sins that we were living in today. Come on, family, let's be honest. We see this every day. We hear about these things all the time. And when do we humble ourselves for the sake of a brother or a sister who have done evil and wickedness? No, we talk about them. We tease them. We annihilate. We stay away from them. We disrespect them. You know? Instead of us humbling ourselves and praying and crying for the sins of our brothers and our sisters, we ridicule them and we try to make them public examples. What we should do is have conversation with them. We should go before the Most High on their behalf and pray that the Most High would work with them. While Ezra prayed and made confession, weeping and casting himself down, Ezra was seriously praying to the Almighty. But if you notice in his prayer to the Creator, he confessed his iniquity. How many of us are that honest with the Most High that we confess our wrongdoings before we approach him? You know what you weren't supposed to do. You know what you weren't supposed to be doing. And you know that what that life is that you're living is not good. You know how to get right with the Creator. You just got to make up your mind to do so. You know how to get right with the Creator. You just have to make up your mind to do so. But the moment we do, all hell gonna break loose on this earth, and we should be saved. And Shenakiah, the son of Yael, of the sons of Elam, addressed Ezra. We have broken faith with our Elohim and have married foreign women from the people of the land. He's just mentioning one iniquity. And that iniquity that he's mentioning, he's not even talking about idolatry. Remember, I told you, family, this is dealing with the personal issues that the Creator has with us outside of idolatry. Now we went to a process, we was mistreating each other, we mistreated the Creator, and now we've married foreign women. The Most High exposing us to all of our wickedness, the more, and watch, this was right after we rededicated ourselves to him, then he exposed us to some more wickedness. He convicted our hearts. He convicted our souls because he's trying to perfect us. And piece by piece, as we improve ourselves, he give us the next hurdle for us to conquer. Some would look at that as too much, but then some who's on a spiritual journey understands that you got to master self first. And in order to master self, you got to get away from all the evil and wickedness that you have done, the wicked spirits that you have incorporated into yourself. You got to go through them one by one and destroy them out of your soul. Disrespect to the Creator, disrespect to each other. And now this disrespect that we show to him about marrying women and men that we weren't supposed to marry. We have broken faith with our power and have married foreign women from the people of the land. But even now, there is hope for Israel in spite of this. Don't give up hope, family. Therefore, let us make a covenant with our Elohim, with Ha Elohim, to put away all these wives and their children according to the counsel of the Most High, or the counsel of Ezra, and of those who is terrible, and of those who tremble at the commandments of our Elohim, and let it be done according to the law. So these men had married these idolatrous women, these women of the forbidden nations that we weren't supposed to marry. They had children by these people. They had children by them. So they had families, they had responsibilities, and they was raising them. And they came to Ezra and said, hey, look, Ezra, we will put our women away. We just want to be right with the Most High. Do you know how hard that was to do? There's an emotional attachment that's real powerful in the household. Even the sign of divorce is a very difficult thing. But here, they were divorcing not because somebody had done wrong, but because somebody was wrong. Their essence was wrong to be incorporated into the holiness of the Most High. We have polluted the holy seed with the abominable nations that the Most High told us not to marry. That was a very difficult task to do. But if you notice, they volunteered to do this. But when you hear history, history teaches that Ezra commanded that they did it. Ezra they brought this to Ezra's attention. And they volunteered that they did this. That's right. Perfection is the works of a lifetime. When they was talking about putting away, they was talking about completely annihilating them, cutting them off, sending them somewhere else. We have broken faith with our Elohim and have married foreign women from the peoples of the land. But even now, there is hope for Israel in spite of this. Therefore, let us make a covenant with Ha Elohim to put away all these wives and their children according to the counsel of my Lord, and of those who tremble at the commandments of our Elohim. And let it be done according to the law. Arise, for it is your task, and we are with you. Be strong and do it. Thus Ezra arose and made the leading priests, the Levites, and all Israel take an oath that they would do as he has said, so they took the oath. You know how many males today take an oath and don't stand by it? They take an oath today as long as things is good in their favor, and tomorrow when things get difficult, they want to act like that oath didn't exist, as if something superseded that oath to make them do something else. They're not men, because men honor their word. But don't even worry about it, because if a man don't honor his word after he gives you an oath, the Most High will make him honor his word. He will be punished for breaking his word. Then Ezra arose and made the leading priests and the Levites and all Israel to take an oath. It's better that a man does not enter into an oath at all than to enter into an oath and break it and not keep his word. Then Ezra withdrew from before the house of Ha Elohim and went into the chambers of Jehonan, the son of Elishib, where he spent the night, neither eating bread nor drinking water, for he was mourning over the faceless of the exiles. Ezra was a true leader. Ezra took on the needs of the people. He cried, he pleaded, he begged for the people's salvation. And a proclamation was made throughout Judah and Israel to all the returned exiles that they should assemble at Jerusalem, and that if anyone did not come within 3 days, by order of the officials, and the elders of his property should be forfeited, and he himself banned from the congregation of exile. Wow. Now that's power and authority. When you give a judgment, let that judgment come with a consequence. If it can't come with a consequence, then you don't need to be given no judgment. When Ezra gave that judgment, it was so powerful that what was said was, if you don't do what's said, you are banned and cut off. Your stuff should be confiscated and taken from you. Then all the men of Yehuda and Benjamin assembled at Yerushalayim within 3 days. It was the 9th month, on the 20th day of the month, and all the people sat in the open square before the house of Elohim, trembling because of this matter and because of the heavy rain. Everybody and their mother showed up. And Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, you have broken faith and married foreign women, and so increased the guilt of Yisrael, as if we didn't have enough guilt over our heads. Now then, make confession to the Most High, to Elohim of your fathers, and do his will. Separate yourself from the people of the land and from the foreign wives. Whenever you realize what your sin is before the Creator, you do the opposite to reverse it. You do the opposite of whatever you're doing to disrespect or displease this king. Do the opposite, and that's what he's saying. Yes, us carried away from our land. And Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, you have broken faith and married foreign women, and so increased the guilt of Israel. Now then, make confession to the Most High, the Elohim of your fathers, and do his will. Separate yourselves from the people of the land and from foreign wives. Not just from the foreign wives, but also from the people of the land. How is you going to separate yourself? Stop doing what they do. You know, stop being a part of what they're so busy to be a part of that's unrighteous. Separate yourself from them. And Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, you have broken faith and married women, and so increased the guilt of Israel. Now then, make confession to the Most High, your Elohim, the Elohim of your fathers, and do his will. Separate yourself from the people of the land and from the foreign wives. Then all the assembly answered with a loud voice, it is so. We must do as you have said. Do you know what that means? That means that the people was in proper alignment with the Most High's will. But the people are many, and it is time of heavy rain. We cannot stand in the open, nor is this a task for 1 day or 2. Now they're starting to complain and justify why they can't do what they know they're supposed to do. For we have greatly transgressed in this matter. Let our officials stand for the whole assembly. Let all in our cities who have taken foreign wives come at appointed times, and with them the elders and judges of every city, until the fierce wrath of our Elohim over this matter is turned away from us. Only Yehonatan, the son of Asahel, and Yaziah, the son of Tikvah, opposed this, and Mushalam and Shabbathiah, the Levites, supported them. Then the returned exiles did so. Ezra the priest selected men, heads of fathers' houses, according to their father's house, each of them designated by name. On the first day of the 10th month, they sat down. Now watch how long this took them. On the first day of the 10th month, they sat down to examine the matter. And by the first day of the first month, they had come to an end of all men who had married foreign women. Took them 3 months to get this done. 3 months. Now, therefore, were found some of the sons of the priests who had married foreign women. What do you mean the priest? You know, the priest was only supposed to marry a virgin of their daughters, of the daughters of priests, of the daughters of Israel. Basically, priestess children. Scripture says of their family. And I'm assuming at this particular time, the of the family means of the Levitical priesthood of the priesthood. But here we find where some of them married foreign women. Maaseiah, Eleazar, Jareb, Gedaliah, some of the sons of Yeshua, the sons of Yosedek, and his brethren. They pledged themselves to put away their wives, and their guilt offerings was a ram and a flock of their guilt of the sons of Immer, Hanani, and Zabadiah, of the sons of Harim, Masilam, Eliah, Shemaiah, Yael, and Uzziah, of the sons of Pashu, Elonai, Masei, Ishmael, Nathaniel, Jozabed, and Elisha. Of the Levites, Jazba, Shimi, Kaliah, that is Kalita, Pathahiah, Judah, and Eleazar. Of the singers, Eliashib. Of the gatekeepers, Shulem, Telem, and Ori. And Yisrael, and of Yisrael, the sons of Perosh, Rami, Izzi, Malki, Majalon, Eleazar, Hashbiah, and Benai. Of the sons of Elam, Matthiah, Zechariah, Yahel, Abi, Yermoth, and Eliah. Of the sons of Zatu, Elonai, Elishib, Matthias, Yeremoth, Zabab, and Azazel. Of the sons of Bebai, or Bebel, were Yakanan, Hananiah, Zabai, and Athaliah. Of the sons of Bani was Meshullam, Maluk, Adai, Yeshub, Shil, and Yeroth. Of the sons of Path Moab, Abner, Cheli, Benai, Maasi, Mananiah, Bezalel, Benu, and Manasseh. Of the sons of Harim, Eleazar, Ishijab, Micaiah, Shemaiah, Shimea, Benjamin, Maluk, and Sheremiah. Of the sons of Hashum, Matanai, Meta, Zabab, Eliphet, Yernal, Manasseh, and Shemi. Of the sons of Bani, Madai, Amram, Ui, Benai, Bediah, Chakula, Vani, Mirmoth, Elishab, Mathaniah, Joshua. Of the sons of Bani, Shemi, Shemaiah, Nathanadiah, Malkinadabi, Shashi, Shari, Azari, Shemai, Shemariah, Shalom, Amariah, and Yosef. Of the sons of Nebo, Yael, Metaniah, Zebed, Zebanah, Hodai, Yoel, and Benaiah. All these had married foreign women, and some of the women had even borne children. And I'm sure there's more. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Where we at, family? Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. May the Most High be praised. Great lesson today, huh? You heard a lot of information about Ezra, about the sins of our people, and it didn't have anything to do with idolatry. But yet these were sinful acts. There are ways. It is our disobedience. Our disobedience is really because we hate the Father. So we found all these different ways to disrespect, to show hatred, and to dishonor the Creator. So, one of the ways in which we can honor the Most High is to do the opposite of what our forefathers did. They had a house of worship. Well, the Most High wanted them to put his house before he put his own house. Put that work into building the house of the Most High before you put all that work into building your own house. And that's what many of things in direction of servitude toward the Creator. You always give the Most High the best of you. When you don't give the Most High the best of you, you will not receive the best of him. The Most High is a jealous power. He's a jealous power. I like the fact that they deliberated each family's situation and gave them the choice to separate. May the Most High be praised. So where we at, family? Let's talk. What did we learn from the story today? And how did we learn that we are supposed to dedicate ourselves to the Creator and dedicate the most holy things to him? Anybody? Anybody wish to share? What did we learn from today's lesson? How has today's lesson affected your life that when you walk away from this lesson, the messages of these teachings will go with you and help to shape you for the future? How has this message been effective for you today? Anyone? Emma, are you present? Weed says, giving the Most High the best of yourself, or he won't give you the best of himself. And that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Anyone else? How has today's lesson affected you? Ima, you have to be on
Okay, 1 second.
There was a choice to separate. I thought verse 5 said they swore they would separate and put the wives and children. Yeah, but you still have that option. It's still an option for you to do, to give your word. You're not being forced to give your word. You're given an opportunity to do so. And they took it and they did it, and they separated from those wives and those children. It's hard for a man today to walk away from his seed, one who is willingly raising his seed. It's hard for him to just walk away and separate from his wife and his seed after he done put so much into them. But here we have our forefathers said, this is what we're willing to do to receive the blessings of the Almighty. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Are there any other questions or comments, family? There are no other questions? Okay, all right. I'm going to keep asking. Maybe nobody has anything that they want to say at this time. Ima, did you have anything you want to say?
I know that part that you just spoke on, that Autumn just wrote about, the separation. Like every time I've heard that, I think about, like what you said, the strength that it had to take to separate yourself from your wife and your children, but also just the true, dedication they had to the Creator and wanting to be righteous, like that sticks out. Of they wanted to correct their errors in whatever way they could just to please the Most High, and we only see that in a few people today, and it is hard. It's hard for people to separate themselves from not even just their family nowadays, from people who are, not doing right. And so I feel the whole point is like our relationship with the Creator is what matters the most, because he gives us the whole rule book of, what we should follow, how we should do. And it's not easy when you want to be right and when you want to have that great relationship with him. Brother Asa has a question. He said, okay, hold on. Autumn said, one thing I learned about our people was that we had a second exodus coming out of Babylon. I thought we only had one exodus coming out of Egypt. You want me to read these comments? And then Aim Kitar says, this lesson reinforced me the undeserving love and grace the Most High for his children and his cause. And Brother Asa says, couldn't the wives and children repent and convert? We can't hear you.
So all that talking I was doing, nobody heard me, huh? I was saying
what was happening.
May the Most High be praised. But yes, Brother Asa, to answer your question, they couldn't repent because they didn't do a sin. Well, they sinned, but they was sinning in their nature. The reason why they couldn't marry them, because they was forbidden nations. We couldn't marry these nations at all. The Most High didn't want us mingling our seed with these different nations. And you find that, I believe it's Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter, all except the Egyptians. The Egyptians happened to be on that list that Nehemiah, that Ezra made, but I didn't see the Egyptians on the original list. But yeah, they were born, these people, their bloodline was a certain way, and their bloodline wasn't supposed to mingle with our bloodline. So they couldn't repent, wasn't no repenting there for them. They just had to divorce, separate themselves from those people. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah.
A virtuous woman is asking us to pray for Tennessee, Alabama, I think in Mississippi. Tornado headed our way in the south. Her phone keeps going off with flash flood warnings.
Tennessee, wait a minute. Go back there for a minute, please. Mm-hmm. Tennessee is right where Kentucky is, where our family is right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the border.
So she could be saying something, and Mississippi, or she could be saying Missouri, Arizona, and Missouri. I don't know. We can ask her which states, because those initials could be for multiple ones.
Right.
She said she's in Tennessee.
So she's reaching it also then.
Mm-hmm.
May the Most High be with you, sis, and protect you. And may the Most High do the same for our family that we know that are traveling, that are in Kentucky for that Passover situation.
Oh, yeah, she was saying Arkansas and Mississippi.
Oh, okay. But still, Tennessee touches that border.
Yeah, that's something different. Yeah,
they might be experiencing some up there too. Thank you for letting us know, sis. May the Most High be praised. Tell us what you got out of today's lesson, sis. How did today's lesson affect you?
She said the lesson was edifying as usual.
All right. May the Most High be praised.
Autumn said, our forefathers that made the sacrifice to put away their children, especially reminded me of what you say, Abba, that you shouldn't have anything in your life that you can't give up, especially for the Most High.
Absolutely right. Don't never have anything on your life that you're that attached to that you can't let go. Never. Not as a man. Never. Mm-hmm. That's just the way men have to be built.
It made me think about it made me think about too, and I guess I can't, I don't know, like with my son, like I don't have him anymore because of certain things he did that were disrespectful, not just to me, but to the Creator. And how the Most High says, you know, in our ancient days, in our ancestors' days, they would put their children to death for the curses that they put upon their parents. And it does take a lot to separate yourself from a child, you know, from any, like I said earlier, a friend, a family, whatever, but a child and a wife, someone you've spent time with, bonded with, you know, gave birth to, made vows with. It's a hard process to relinquish that child, you know, pray that they get it together, but it doesn't always happen. And but you have to have, I won't say you have to because I can't tell people what to do. However, if you truly love the Creator in the way that you say you do, and you understand what he tells for you to do, then, you know, that's part of the path that has to go with that. But it's definitely not easy.
Mm.
And then Aim Kitar says, although this was not apparent, it's obvious that some converted.
Okay.
Chief Malak says, train yourself to let go anything you fear to lose.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. You have to.
Aim Sakari says, each aspect of Ezra's journey was a lesson from the Most High. He traveled with many to maintain and keep intact.
May the Most High be praised.
And Fresh Zoo Life says, always put the Creator first.
Always.
Yep.
All right. And one of the reasons why you can't be afraid to lose anything is because if the adversarial energy knows it is something that you fear losing, he will use that against you to create unrighteousness within you. Like if Maisha had been afraid of losing her children, the adversary could have taken that and used it as unrighteousness against her to make her disrespect the laws of the Creator. You know.
Said Cain, separating from family has to be one of the hardest things to do, if necessary.
It depends on how good your family is, or how good your family are, how good they are, and that would determine how difficult it is to branch away. Because there's a lot of people on this call right now that they have no love for their family, none. But it's because they earned it. You know, the family did things to them, or didn't do things to them that they should have, and they earned the right to. It's a sad thing, but the fact is, people are going to be the way people are. You have to accept them for who they are. It's just that you don't have to tolerate the disrespect that they bring in your direction. So therefore, you separate yourself.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or comments, family? Anybody want to give a last-minute commandment? Anybody want to give a last-minute commandment? Those of you who may not made it earlier, wasn't here on time to give your commandment, we're giving you an opportunity to give one now. Keep in mind, family, Pesach is all day April 14th. All day April 14th, 2025. We will be having Pesach. If you want to come through the land, reach out to somebody you know here on the page that has a direct connect with one of us. Or if it is one of us that you know, reach out. Let's have those conversations. Should be a nice little turnout this year for Pesach. If everybody keep their word and show up, should be a nice little turnout. We're going to have a lot of fun. Good time worshiping and praising the King.
Brother Asa says, we are to hold on to what is important for our salvation.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised.
Aim Sukari says, love family, but know their unworthy ways.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised.
And Kitar says it is hard to let a princess, but when we know that the Creator owns and sustains everything, we are released from the burden of ownership rights.
May the Most High be praised. There you go.
Yeah.
See, Aim, there you go. Doing your thing.
A virtuous woman says Ecclesiastics 12:13.
All right.
Apocrypha.
You want to read that? You want me to find it? You going to find it or what?
I'm gonna go get my Apocrypha.
She said Ecclesiasticus, right?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of. You know what I was thinking about?
Yeah, Ecclesiasticus.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go to my Tanakh.
The end of the matter, all has been heard. Well, Ha Elohim, and fear Ha Elohim and keep his commandments. For this is the whole duty of man. For Ha Elohim will bring every deed into judgment with every secret thing, whether good or evil. May the Most High be praised. Todah Rabbah. That is what you wanted. A virtuous woman, right? Ecclesiastes. All right. I guess that's it for the commandment side of things. Are there any announcements, Emma?
None besides Passover, and then other stuff. It's for Akre Shabbat announcements.
Yeah, but it ain't we're not talking about no money, so you can talk about it. We ain't making no money. It's not a business. It's the work of the Creator in motion.
Okay. Of course, Passover, as Maish has mentioned a couple of times today, that all those who are willing and desiring to come, you may come, reach out to one of us so, we can be aware of your arrival when you arrive. If you are planning to come, it's best to communicate with us because we're not just that easy to find and to show up. We're pretty much 2 hours from an airport, so from the city. And then I did want to let everybody know that our school, we are doing a free 2-day aviation program this summer for the youth of our students and the youth in our community, the underprivileged youth in our community. And so it's just, I'm excited, that we're doing this and spreading the word and just spreading information to our Yeladim, our Talmudim. So many of our youth, they only get one aspect of summer programs is usually about sports or, something that is doesn't take too much to teach them. And so our goal is to give them so much more enlightenment while we are here in this community. Our job is to be a light. And so that's our whole goal, is to be a light on a light to the nations, a light to this community, and not just be here to take up space. So Creator willing, we'll be doing that in May, and then also our school end of the year festivities, awards program, Princes and Princess Ball, when all the children dress up as princesses and princes, kings and queens, knights and warriors out of the Tanakh. We don't do any costumes. This is all about who we are, our culture, representing ourselves and allowing our youth to have a social and a good time. And of course, all this stuff is done on the land. So, you all are invited. Just let us know if you would like to attend or support the school in any way. Say who.
Tell us what the aviation program is about.
Well, the aviation program will include different career paths in aviation that children can choose, whether it be from flight attendant to pilot to air traffic controller, ramp agent, air traffic mechanic, drone pilot. And they're all, what we're doing is we are building a collective of Black aviation career professionals to come to the land to speak to our youth, because there's a big Black Pilots Association, but it's not, I'll say, it's a hard career to get into as a Black person, as a person of color, period. And so our whole goal is to show our youth, people of us that are doing it. They'll also be able to form mentorships with these people where they'll take them under their wing and teach them and walk them through the process and help to stir their career, whether it be to gain sponsorship for the different things that they have to go through. And then we'll also be implementing an aviation subject matter at our school next year for students who want to take on that career. It's a little deeper than all of this. You know, I'm kind of summarizing everything because it's a lot that goes into it. However, anybody who wants more information can definitely communicate with myself or Maish to gain that information.
All right. Sound like y'all getting busy down there trying to do some things. I see it's all involving the youth too. That's a blessing. May the Most High be praised. All right. Any other last minute announcements? Anyone? Anyone wants to share anything, share any information? No? Anything anyone wants to share with us to let us know what we don't know, put us in the right light?
Well, Autumn is asking about the colors. Well, we haven't discussed that. That's usually something we discuss in the sisterhood. But white is something we always wear for Passover. So that's, I guess, just what we're going to do, period. The other part we can discuss in our chats or something. But at this, because we only have a week left, it wouldn't be something that I would say we would try to implement and have people searching at the last minute. But white, definitely for Passover.
May the Most High be praised. Brother Victor has a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can we all not be saved? Brother Victor, I need you to explain to me what it means to be saved. If you can explain that to me, maybe I can answer the question adequately. Brother Victor, just type it and let me know what you mean by being saved. Can we all not be saved? Because if you mean, can we all be wrong? Absolutely. We could all be wrong. But if we work together in that wrongness, the Most High will bless it until He make it right. As we work together and our intentions are pure. Brother Victor, I need you to explain to me what you mean by can we all not be saved? All right, he might be on a time delay. So I don't know when he zoomed in, but he might be one of those, he might not get the lesson for a few minutes or catch up on that part. All right. So we're going to close out in prayer, but we're not going to go anywhere. We're still going to wait for the brother to respond. Excuse me. Toda Rabbah, Mr. Otter, and Gamli. Gamli. May the Most High be praised. All right. Can we all prostrate ourselves and face the east? Well, when we close out, don't go nowhere because we're still going to see if Mr. Victor responds. Menokata Abi Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Baha Banu Mikoyo Ha'amin We notain la nu HaTorah We notain la nu HaKisei Hayom HaShabbat Hazeh We notain la nu Kol Mishpaka Bipo Abi Todorabah Tain la nu Darik Shelka Asher Naknu Hosin Biametika Na Abi Ein Kimoaka Ein Kimo We are Seika Abi Ein Li Salak la nu Kor Yisrael Kito Anakdu Osim Lifnei Ata Abi Salak la nu Na Abi Kowak la nu Kor Yisrael Bin Nefeshim Na Abi Na Great and mighty Master, King and ruler over all things, we come unto you, Abi, and we pray for permission to approach unto your throne. Father, you are great and high in the heavens above. Your spirit and essence emanates throughout the earth beneath and all of your creation. We humble ourselves before you, Abi, for we do not know the way. And we pray that all of our efforts and all of our strives have been pleasing and acceptable in thy sight. If there's anything that we do that is not of you, that is not like you, please, Abi, bring it to our attention that we may change our behavior, change our patterns, and guide ourselves after the tone that you command. For we only desire to be right, pleasing, and acceptable to thee. Tein la nu darik shaka, asher naknu hosim biametika. Show us your ways, Father, that we may walk in your truth and be a guiding light for all humanity, that we may show the earth how to serve you, that we may show all civilization how to be obedient to your commands. For great art thou, Abi, and great are thy wondrous works. The whole earth is full of your glory. Father, we ask that you will be with us, enlighten us, protect us, bless us, and strengthen us. Allow us, Father, to come together, to work together as a people, even if we're not in one location. For you are great, you are mighty, you are our King, our Savior, our protector, and our guide. And we thank thee, Father, for all the wonderful things that you are teaching and doing and bringing and blessing in our lives. All praise, all glory, all honor belongs unto thee. Thou art our King, Yotze, Zivaot, Master of all creation. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. Thank you, Father, for your protection, mercy, and guidance. Thank you, Father, for looking after us and keeping us safe and giving us exactly what we needed in this day and time to make it through these troubled times. Unto thee, our power, our King, we all say, Toda, Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbah. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. Thank you, family. May the Most High be praised. So we're gonna take this little time before we close out to answer or to respond to some of the questions that has come up. So the brother asked a question. He says, "Can we all not be saved?" And I asked him to clarify, please, and explain to me what he means by being saved. He says, "Saved by the Father." And then he says, "Okay, I agree." So I guess maybe whatever I said to him was satisfactory. May the Most High be praised. Well, I would say only a remnant of a remnant. Only a remnant of a remnant will be saved and receive the blessings of the Creator. My brother, My brother, Shabbat Shalom. And I'm glad to be of service to you. I'm glad you got a lot out of it. May the Most High be praised. Aim Imasukari, Shabbat Shalom. And I'm glad you enjoyed it. I was speaking with a black pilot the other day, trying to get some insight. Really? Well, you might want to tell him about what we're doing, because he might want to come and be a part of it. Baruch Shemo, Shabbat Shalom, Prince Kaz, Willie Coyle. It was fun. It was fun. Okay. I pray that you got something out of it, man, that you can take with you to help alter your life, and send you in a different trajectory. True story. Oh, I believe you, bro. When you said it, I believed you. Go ahead. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All right. We all could be wrong. That's absolutely right. We all could be wrong. That's absolutely right. I want to, something is telling me I need to talk and respond to this message that the brother Victor asked about. Could we all cannot be saved? Yes, we can all. If I'm reading you correctly, bro, we can all perish. We can all perish. We could all be living in sin. We could all be doing wrong. But this is what I will say to that. If you're doing wrong and don't know that what you're doing is wrong, and you're giving it the best energy that you got to do it, but you don't know it's wrong, I can see the Most High having mercy on you. I can see that. Because you're doing what you believe to be the right thing, and you're not half-heartedly doing it. You're giving your all to it. So I can see the Most High blessing you because of your wrongdoings, as long as you're moving with the right energy and you're dedicating yourself to it completely. So even if we're all wrong, but yet we're striving to live a righteous life to the best of our ability, I can see the Father having mercy and blessing us. I can see that. So I pray that that helps to answer your question. I hope that I brought some clarity to it. In Noah's time, only his family was saved. All right. May the Most High be praised. IK. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not wrong, though. IK. I know the creator of Abraham, Yitzchak, where Yaakov is a true and living power. Yes, but I don't think that we're talking about that. We agree with that. I think we all agree with that. But I think the issue is, like, let me give you a little scenario. Thousands of years ago, the Hebrew scriptures was not the Hebrew scriptures that we have today. What we see today is the Masoretic text, the block square letters. They say that Ezra came up with it. I don't buy that. But this is the letters that was introduced after the captivity, after we came out of Babylon. These letters came up later on in history. All right. But our writings was in the ancient Hebrew, which is a little slightly much different from this. It's the Chaldean language, but it's a different script than what we are so accustomed to today. Now, as you know, and as I know, or as you should know, to adequately go from one language to another language, sometimes there will be words that's impossible to translate. And in Hebrew, there are a lot of words that they get from the ancient language that they cannot translate into the English language, Latin or Greek. So therefore, you miss a little bit of that meaning and definition on the point of that sentence. There's a lot of things similar to that. So anything that we do, can we honestly say it's 100%? No, we can't. If you're talking to a man and that man is honest. Now you talk to a lot of people that just try to convince themselves that they're right, you might get a different response, but you ain't gonna get that from Prince. Because I done lived that life, I done walked that path, and I know what I'm talking about to be factual. If somebody want to come and disprove it, let them disprove it. But I'm not afraid to talk about the things that so many find taboo to talk about. And one of those things is this. Hebrew was an unspoken language universally for thousands, over 1,000 years. In fact, they called Hebrew a dead language at one point in history. They call it a dead language. As I explained to you, the Masoretic text, or the first version that come out, was the Masoretic text of our Hebrew translated into the English language, the Masoretic text. The first version that came out was around 600 AD. They had it in the reserve for over 1,000 years, for about 1,000 years when they translated, but yet they didn't give it to anybody. That reminds me of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls, if I'm not mistaken, was discovered around 47, but they didn't release them till 60-something, 1963 or 64, 62 was it? Somewhere in that area. So why did they hold on to those writings for so long before they let it out in the public so that the public could read it? Who knows? And why was it that they held on to the Masoretic text for so long before they let the public read the Masoretic text? Who knows? See, I don't judge that. I don't look at that. And when I see little things in the scriptures that claims to be not so clear, like Esau married this person, Esau married that person, that's cool with me. But there are things in the Hebrew that will cause an unlearned mind to see that something ain't right. But a learned mind, someone who's really studied Torah, will see things differently. I know that man's hand has touched the Torah, and I accept that. But I also know at the same time that the Most High has left a lot on record in the Torah for us to return back to him. That's all I need, is that much right there. As long as I got enough through these writings to return back to the Almighty, I'm cool with that. And I'll do my best to live that way. Besides that, it's the testimony and the eyewitnesses' account in my own life of things that I communed and spoke with the Most High about through visions and dreams and talks and just communication and prayer, that he responded to me to let me know that it wasn't nobody but him. These are the things that let me know that the path that we're walking on is the path that the Most High wants for us to walk. Me, my household, my family, and everybody that I know in association with me, that solidifies it for me. Now, do we get everything we ask for? No, we don't. But we get everything we need. And the Most High never leaves us out in the cold. Never. So I'm grateful and I'm convinced totally that even if we are on the wrong path, we're on the right path. Because the Most High has manifested that and shown that in this life, that this is where he has for us to be. All right? I pray that that helps, because a lot of people still don't understand. Aim. I should relay the information, all praises. Oh, you must got a real big delay concerning the Creator. All right, let's see what this is. I don't worry about that. I follow the law for what it is and keep pushing. There you go. Can't worry about what I have zero control over. I can control how I act, what I eat, who I pray to, and what I focus on. May the Most High be praised. I wish we had a bumper sticker. We could have made that a bumper sticker. That would have been nice. Can we still be saved? What do you say there? Can we all be saved? Only a remnant of a remnant is going to receive eternal life and blessings and protection from the Most High in this next dispensation of time that's coming fastly approaching upon us. And our struggle and our race right now is to run to be one of the ones that the Most High chooses. If that's what you mean by being saved, then so be it. But I don't know what the brother means by being saved, because I know when people talk about being saved, it's a Christian twist to it. And, we don't deal with Christianity. So I wouldn't be able to address those issues appropriately if he means with the Christian mindset. There is no wrong when one has been introduced to an eternal course. Our consciousness of wrong and guilt shows up when we become aware of law and expectations within our community culture. May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. You can make an error, you can make a mistake, but you don't have to live in that error or mistake. All you need to do is confess your sins before the Creator and turn and do the opposite of what you've been doing. Just turn and do the opposite. Whatever it is that you felt you did wrong, and you see that it's not what the Most High would have for you, just stop it immediately. And people going to come at you, why you stop? Why you do this? Why you change? You don't owe nobody no answer. The only one you owe answer to is the Creator. So you turn at that point and do righteously before the Almighty. That's it. That's all you need to do. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Because I ain't got no problem staying here till all the questions are answered. If you got a question, it don't matter what your question is, whatever your question may have been throughout the whole life of your existence on this planet, now is the time to ask that question. And if we can address it, we will. And if we can point you in the right direction to get the help you need, if we can't handle it, we'll give it to you. We got 2,000 people in the room, and we ain't got no questions for the Almighty. No questions for the Most High servant. None. No questions for each other. No information we want to share with each other about the Most High and His goodness. How is the lamb? What do you mean, how is the lamb? What does that mean? How the lamb tastes? Or how is he doing right now? Because if you're asking how he doing, we don't know, because we didn't get him yet. We don't get him to the 10th day or somewhere around whenever we get him, and keep him up to the 10th day. How is the lamb? Is that what you mean, Brother Asa? How does lamb taste? Excuse me. All right. I guess that's it. Nobody else has anything else to say. All right, what time is it? We're gonna close it out. Is he behaving himself? Yeah, is he behaving himself? We haven't purchased the lamb yet, Brother Asa. We'll be doing that this week, Creator willing. We'll be getting a lamb this week. And we're going to get several lambs because we want the people who all come out, we want them to have lamb as a meal, as a separate meal throughout the week. So we're going to kill the first lamb. We're going to roast them. We're going to butcher them up, and we're going to eat them. That's our Passover lamb for Passover night. And then several days throughout the week, we're going to have another lamb for that, so that you can have the lamb with your food while you're eating. Now, if you're vegan, like Brother Asa, you don't have to eat the lamb. You don't have to eat them during the week when everybody else eats. You do have to eat some lamb on Passover night. Even if you just take a bite, you got to chew it up and swallow it. But you don't have to eat the lamb through the rest of the week. And more than likely, we won't be. They will eat, but the vegans won't eat. All right, so we plan on buying the lamb probably Tuesday or Wednesday, one day this week coming, so we can keep them up and keep them and have them for Pesach. So we got like, what's today's date? The 5th. We got about 10 days, something like that. And we'll be fine. All right. Any other questions or comments, family? All right. Please, family, before you get off, share, like, subscribe. Okay. Brother Dawi has a question. And if you have any questions, family, just type them in a room and we'll address those issues. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is immediately after Pesach, right? No. No. The Feast of Unleavened Bread and Pesach is done at the same time. The first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread is at the same time when you eat the Passover. And the commandment is you eat the Passover with the bitter herbs and what is that? Just bitter herbs and unleavened bread. You eat all that at the same time. That's the first night of Pesach and the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And Passover is only a slither in time. It's only a fraction of time. So once that sun goes down, that evening sky is gone, darkness hit, that's the moment of Pesach. That's the moment of Pesach. And then you keep the Passover all that night until the rise of the sun. And when the sun rises, whatever you got left over from the Passover, the meat, you're supposed to burn it in the fire. So Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is kept at the same time. And you find that in the book of Exodus, the 12th chapter. You should start reading around the 14th verse. But your answer comes in, I believe it's around the 17th. But start reading around the 14th. All right? Are there any questions? Any other questions? I don't want to leave you all if you got so much you want to discuss and talk about. I want to give you your answers if I can, if the Most High would allow me to. Are there any other questions? Any other comments? Anyone? All right. Well, may the Most High be praised. Thank you all for coming out, sharing your Shabbat day with us. We are grateful. We got a lot of work to do, family. We got a lot of work to do. Yes. Passover focuses on the lamb. The unleavened bread is about the bread. It is about the bread being unleavened. Hamatzo, yeah. Yes. It's about the bread being unleavened. It's about the chametz and the seor. The chametz being the things that have been leavened, and seor meaning the process of unleavening things. Chametz and seor are the Hebrew words for leaven. Get all the leaven out of your houses and get all the things that create leaven out of your houses. Thus saith the Most High. All right. Do we have any questions or comments, family? Any other questions or comments?
Question.
Yes.
Young children and babies are supposed to eat the bread and the lamb.
The matzah? Yes. Everybody born in Israel. She asked me, was the young children and babies supposed to eat the lamb and the matzah, the bread, unleavened bread? And the answer is yes. Everybody that is born Hebrew definitely has to eat the bread and the lamb, keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And anybody that you purchase with your money as a servant has to do the same thing. But nobody is allowed to partake of it if they're not circumcised. Everybody all males need to be circumcised to partake of these things of the Passover lamb. All right. So we're going to have a pretty good turnout come Shabbat. Nice little bit of people there. Everybody keep to their word. May the Most High be praised. All right. That's a blessing. All right, Iman, I think we're done. I don't see no more questions popping up. And I think we have exhausted all the people's questions for today.
All right. Shabbat shalom.
May the Most High be with you all. Thank you all for coming out. Shalom, shalom.